Good evening and welcome to the February 27, 2013 meeting of the Edina Planning Commission. My name is Kevin Staunton. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission and will be presiding over the meeting this evening. Jackie, would you call the roll, please?
Here.
Here.
Commissioner Turkowski. Here. Commissioner Grable.
Here.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Here.
Chair Scott.
Present, thank you. Next on the agenda is the approval of the meeting agenda. Carrie, are there any additions to the draft agenda? Any of the commissioners have any other additions to the agenda? Hearing none, I'd take a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Yes,
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The agenda is approved. Next on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda, which consists of the minutes of the regular meeting of the Edina Planning Commission of February 13. Jackie, I understand we got kind of a couple of versions of this. There was a computer catastrophe, runaway computer. But I think that the commissioners have gotten the revised version. Are there any corrections, additions, modifications to the minutes? Hearing none, I'd take a motion for approval of the consent agenda and the minutes.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. The consent agenda is approved. Next up is a community comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any item that is not on our agenda this evening. We're happy to have you come up and share a couple of minutes on whatever the topic might be. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on an item not on the agenda this evening? Seeing none, I will conclude community comment and we'll move on to item 4 of the agenda, which is public hearings. Item A is a variance application by Ortel Architects and the City of Edina for 7450 Metro Boulevard, Edina, Minnesota. Carrie, will you be presenting this?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Before you is a front street setback variance from 50 feet to 26 feet for a canopy to be built over the existing gas pump fuel islands at 74. Sorry, I forgot to turn my mic on.
You're not on.
At 7450 Metro Boulevard, this is the public works site down in the industrial park on 74th and Metro Boulevard. The existing gas pump fuel islands are located right here on the site. This is a look at them as they exist, well, back in the fall. The existing fuel islands, 74th Street, is located here. So they are proposing to put a canopy over those fuel islands, and it doesn't meet our 50-foot setback requirement. So when looking at the variance criteria, the staff believes that the criteria is satisfied here. The practical difficulty in this case is caused by existing underground utility lines that run through the site in this location here. When the Public Works moved into this facility, they were trying to locate where those fuel islands should go. And as you know, the fuel tanks are quite large underneath. So we had to avoid those areas here. Also had to keep the fuel islands away from, or at least out of the maneuvering area for trucks to get in and out of the garage. So this site was settled on. The canopy wasn't built at that time. This was right in the midst of the Krummenacher, where we couldn't process variances. So they just waited with the canopy until that was lifted. So with the combination of that maneuverability limitation and the limitation on where the fuel pumps could be located, that's causing the practical difficulty here. The encroachment into the setback is relatively minor. As you see, it's just for this small canopy, and given the large size of the building and the large site, it's actually a minor encroachment into the required setback. I think I've got it. Yeah, here's the canopy. itself as it relates to the large building on the site. So given that, staff does believe the request is reasonable also. So we believe that the variance criteria are met, and I can stand for any questions.
Questions for Planner Teague? Commissioner Forrest.
So the canopy would that be considered an accessory structure to Public Works building?
It would be.
But the fuel pumps themselves weren't when they were installed. They could be as close as you wanted them
Correct.
to the line. Why is that? Just
Well, it's
because
not a
they're
structure.
mechanical?
It's just
Okay.
the pump island itself.
Thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, I think what we'll do is, this is a public hearing, and so I'd invite any members of the public who would like to comment on this application to come forward at this time and share your thoughts. Don't everyone rush at once. All right, seeing no members of the public volunteering to comment on this, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. All right, the public hearing is closed, and we are at the commission deliberations. Thoughts from the commissioners? If there's no discussion, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, move approval based on the staff recommendation and the findings.
Is there a second? Second. Having been moved and seconded, is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Teague. You can see Mr. Teague for your variance. All right. Next up is another variance for the, let's see, this is 5601 Countryside Road in Edina. Believe it's Jim and Chrissy Field. Is that correct? Or have I got the... Is that the right one, Chris? Yes,
Right, this is
5601.
5601. Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, the request is at 5601 Countryside Road. It is located on the south side of Countryside Road. It's for a 5.15-foot side yard setback variance. The property consists of a two-story home with an attached two-car garage. It's located as highlighted. This is a recent photograph of the house. This is the property that's directly to the west. This is the property actually that would be affected by the setback variance request at 5605 Countryside, and this is the property directly to the east. This, again, is the subject property. What the property owner would like to do is expand the back wall of the garage by 4.9 feet and add a second story above the existing garage. Currently, the garage has storage area. It's a very low-profile garage. This is a survey of the existing conditions and what they're proposing. They're basically just infilling the back of the garage to be flush with the back wall of the house, and then going up with a second floor above the existing garage. The zoning ordinance requires a minimum 10-foot side yard setback for living space, 5 feet for a garage. The sidewall of the garage is located 8.1 feet away from the side lot line. The height of the addition is 21.5 feet, so that would require, in addition to the shortness on the 10-foot side yard setback, a 5.15-foot side yard setback variance. So to the side that is to my left is the existing ground level. What they were going to do is add 4.9 feet onto the back and then add a second floor above, which would be bedroom area. What you'll notice is that the front wall is going to actually be recessed away from the front wall of the house, and the ridge line that's proposed over the garage for the new addition is lower than the ridge line of the existing main portion of the house. This would be the west elevation as viewed by the adjacent neighbors, and then the rear elevation. The neighboring house adjacent to the expansion area has their garage located next to the improvement area, and the setbacks between the two properties will remain the same. There is a similar home that was originally built this way that has living space directly above the garage. It's non-conforming at 5525. It's a few doors down from this property, so it's not uncommon throughout the neighborhood. This, again, is the front elevation that's being proposed. Staff does believe the proposal is reasonable. The proposed use is permitted in the R1 zoning district. If the home had been centered on the lot, what you'll notice from the survey is that it was built very far over on the westerly portion of the lot. There's a little over 19 feet on the east side. If it would have been centered, there wouldn't be a variance required for the second-story addition. You'll also notice that there are some two large trees behind the house. The property owners had submitted for a building permit, I want to say last May, for these improvements, and they were rather surprised that they would need a variance in order to just go above the garage because it was such a modest increase in the square footage of coverage of the lot. There's been a lot of tear-down rebuilds. They're simply trying to retrofit the house that they have. The improvements will provide a reasonable use of the site and improve on existing conditions. The spacing will remain the same. The home improvement and height increase will provide enough space to accomplish a bedroom without having to completely reconfigure the property, such as a tear-down rebuild. Staff does recommend approval. Approval is based on the following findings: that with the exception of the variance requested, the side yard setback variance would meet the required standards in the R1 zoning district. If the house had originally been centered on the lot, a variance wouldn't be requested or required. The proposed use is reasonable as it slightly alters the existing conditions on the site without reducing any setback between the properties. The imposed setback in existing house location does not provide any opportunity for an increased roof pitch on the westerly side of the house. Approval of the variance should be subject to the following conditions: the survey date stamped May 31st, 2012, and the building plans and elevations date stamped February 12th, 2013. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Chris? Seeing none, I will ask if Commissioner Forrest.
How is this not a self-imposed practical difficulty?
They looked at other alternatives in terms of adding on to the existing structure, and the only practical solution that they could come up with is to add on above the garage. They didn't want to sacrifice the trees. The fact that the house wasn't centered on the lot to begin with, a lot of the homes in the neighborhood were centered, so there is opportunity, or at least there's setback even on both sides in order to do that.
Other questions? So hearing none, I'll ask, are the Hamburgers here, the applicants here? I apologize, I figured out it's the Hamburgers who are applying, not the Fields. The Fields are the neighbors, right? Come on up and introduce yourselves and welcome.
Hi, I'm Amber Hamburger, and this is my husband, Jamie Hamburger. We're the homeowners. We've been in the home since 2004. We absolutely love the neighborhood. But as our family's been growing, we realized we needed some additional space, especially with regards to a bathroom, is actually what we were trying to include, and without reducing the number of bedrooms we have. This, we thought about this for a very long time. We've been in this home for a long time. We've never really been able to find a solution that seemed to fit, that wasn't a complete remake of the entire house, and this really seemed like the best way for us to move forward with it. It wasn't going to really add too much to the footprint of the home. It wasn't going to dramatically change the look of the home. It was just to kind of help us fit in with the neighborhood, and also getting it up to speed with the other homes in the neighborhood that have been changing quite a bit.
I noticed in your contractor's letter that there was some mention of a load-bearing wall and some choices that you made based on that. Can you elaborate on that a little bit for us, or are you familiar with that?
Oh, sure. Our builder's right here.
Oh, maybe he can elaborate on it.
Well, we
Come on up to the microphone and introduce yourself. And
I'm Craig from Custom Renovations.
welcome, Craig.
Hi. So the load-bearing wall that I was referenced to is the exterior wall of the garage. Because it is attached, it has a full frost footing to support the weight. With the setback, that makes us we have to install a beam through the center of the garage, which hinders their two-car into it's hard to obviously get two cars into it with it being in the middle.
So you'd have to create a new frost footing somewhere in the middle of the garage to support the second
Correct.
story.
Correct.
If you were going to indent it further from the side yard.
Correct.
All right. Other questions? Thank you. Anything else you want to add, the hamburgers? Well, thank you for being here tonight. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this variance application? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing. And a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign. All right. Commission deliberation. Thoughts on this application? We're normally a lot chattier than this. Commissioner Carpenter.
I'd just say that this may be the first time that I've ever given thought to the possibility that a growing family could be construed as a self-created variance. So I'm not going to make that argument, but I just couldn't resist not making the comment.
Or a hardship.
Commissioner Forrest.
Well, I like the proposed project. I am struggling with the fact that the reason this is coming before us is because they want to change their house. And it's not, it's because they want to build on. So in the staff report, it says the unique circumstance is the inability to increase the roof height to provide living space. Since uniqueness relates to the physical characteristics of the property, not owner preferences, I'd like to see in our findings, should we go forward with this, that we mentioned some of those property characteristics, such as mature trees in the back, the location of the load-bearing wall, and the fact that the house isn't centered on the lot.
Is that a motion?
No.
Okay.
I'll let somebody else do that.
Other thoughts? Yeah, I agree that I think that what's unique about this circumstance is the fact that the house was originally sited on the lot close to that side property line, which then creates an inability to go straight up. And while indenting it might be a reasonable possibility under some circumstances, if you get to put a whole new load-bearing wall, it kind of makes it not as helpful as I'm sure the hamburgers would like. Commissioner Platter.
Sorry, just a quick question for the applicant. Are you removing any trees when you do this, or what do you, so everything's okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval based on the findings in the staff report.
Commissioner Grable, thank you for that motion. Would you care to add the findings that Commissioner Forrest had cited?
No.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Commissioner Scherer.
Well, I guess I'd have to vote no without the additional findings. I would like to include those.
Commissioner Grable.
The reason I didn't add those is the inconsistency of how we handle these variance requests is sometimes mind-boggling. Last meeting, we approved the addition of a third car stall on a garage with absolutely no discussion or no findings against it because they wanted to add a third car garage in a neighborhood where all of the houses had two-car garages, and it would bump out into a side yard or front yard setback on the street, much more intrusive change than what is being requested here. And now we're raising these objections on this proposal, which I think is a very reasonable proposal for what's going on. And I just don't understand the inconsistency of approach.
Commissioner Scheer.
I guess my proposal would be that in the interests of maintaining good documentation about our thoughts, while we may have been inconsistent on something in your opinion in the past, I would respectfully say that adding these thoughts to this proposal clarifies that for future reference.
Thank you. I'll accept your argument and agree to the changes, to the additions.
Does the seconder agree? All right, so the motion has been amended to include the proposed findings mentioned by Commissioner Forrest earlier, and it has been seconded. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'd call for a vote on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes. Congratulations. All right, next up is a variance for the Williams property located at 3915 Morningside Road in Edina, Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, the request is for a 5.9-foot front yard setback variance to allow an additional 108.18 square feet of porch area beyond the 80 square feet allowed as an encroachment in the front yard area. Subject property is located on the south side of Morningside, as highlighted. It's a two-story home with a detached two-car garage located behind it. Here's a more detailed view of the aerial photograph. This is the front of the house as it exists today, and the house that's directly to the west, the home that's directly to the east. This would be an existing survey, or an existing condition survey of the property. There's been very little done to the house. The home was built in 1923. It's had little improvements to it. There's been some air conditioning that was added and some maintenance, but as far as the original building footprint, it's pretty much the same as when the home was built in 1923. What the proponents are proposing is that they are going to be adding on to the side and the back of the house, but also they would like to have a porch come out 6 feet in front of the house and all the way along the front facade of the house. The plans include a basement, first and second floor addition, all of which conform to the ordinance requirements. These are the existing conditions. This is the addition in the basement as proposed. This would be the existing and proposed first floor addition. What you'll notice then is, which requires the variance out into the front yard area, is the porch, and then also the expansion of the second floor. This is the new elevation of the house. This would be the front elevation that would require the variance with the 6-foot deep porch spanning the front of the house. You'll notice that the front door has now shifted from the east to the middle of the house. And you'll see in the rest of the elevations the conforming additions to the house. The existing home provides a 35.9-foot front yard setback variance. The ordinance requires that the property average the homes on either side and maintain that average. You're allowed an 80 square foot encroachment with a porch beyond the average. However, that does not allow them to expand the full length as they wish to do. Staff does struggle with the proposal, given that an 80 square foot front porch in any configuration is allowed to overlap into the setback area. It would not really necessarily alter the character of the neighborhood, staff does outline the following regarding the request. The proposed use is permitted in the R1 zoning district. The ordinance was changed a number of years ago to allow this 80 square foot expansion. It doesn't specify in what configuration that would be, but the maximum square footage encroachment is 80 square feet. We really haven't had any challenges to that. Generally, a design is accomplished within those parameters. It doesn't allow, in this instance, to expand the full front of the house. The home and proposed porch is appropriate in size and scale for the lot, and improvements will enhance the property. The owner would like to have the porch deep enough for sitting and to extend the full length. Given the eclectic nature of Morningside with the varying setbacks, housing styles, and the porch would blend in with the surrounding area. It really wouldn't stick out. The porch does not comply with the average front yard setbacks of the homes on either side. However, our ordinance for front yard setback did change not so long ago as well. It used to be that you could average all of the front yard setbacks along the block between intersections. I did indicate in the staff report that there is a double dwelling unit at 3902 Morningside, which is to the east, that is 25 feet away from the front lot line, which is closer than the proposed porch. And at 4003 Morningside in the opposite direction, it's within the same front yard setback range at 31.5 feet. So even though that the homes on either side are lined up very much so with the front face of this existing home, it's not necessarily that all of the homes on the block line up with one another. Staff, as I indicated, it's difficult to support the variance given that there is a porch allotment afforded by the ordinance. The 80 square foot allotment, however, again, has not been tested. Staff puts forth the following findings. With the exception of the variance requested, the proposal would meet the required standards. The additions are to an existing home and must conform to the current conditions. A porch would easily be attainable if they decided to tear down the home and rebuild it. This is actually getting to be more of a novelty in Morningside to have such, they're almost doubling the size of the home. We don't see large additions. We usually see now tear downs and rebuilds within the neighborhood. The porch will blend in well with the eclectic nature of the Morningside neighborhood, and the imposed setbacks limit design opportunity for the porch. The intent of the ordinance is to provide adequate spacing from the street. Given the fact that this will not be the closest on the block, staff does believe that the porch will not compromise the front yard setback ordinance. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Commissioner Platter.
So Chris, I just have a couple general questions. So we allow an 80-foot expansion. They want to add 105 to that, right? So the total front porch would be almost 200. Is that how I'm reading that?
192.
192.
Yeah.
And then is only the porch into the proposed setback or the variance?
Yes.
The rest of the house is not? So just basically where the lower roof and forward, that's the only areas that would be within that,
That's
right?
correct. It would
Okay.
be the front porch. That's
Okay, thank you.
So the setback is created by the average of the two properties on either side,
right. And
where they sit.
And they're just about completely lined up with one another.
Okay. And then we create this allowance for a front porch, and they exceed it. So if they did a smaller front porch that was 80 square feet, they wouldn't need a variance.
That's correct.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Carpenter.
Chris, just from I guess I'll call it a vertical projection from the porch towards the street, how many inches roughly does that constitute the actual variance amount? I don't know if you see what I'm getting at. I'm just kind of curious. Is it 80 square feet that they have to work with? Am I understanding that correctly?
They have 80 square feet to work with. The request, they're slightly further back than the homes on either side. They want a 6-foot deep porch. They need a variance of 5.9 feet, so it's almost
So it's
that.
5.9 feet.
Right. So.
Okay. So almost the whole thing is a variance then.
Well, 80 square feet of it they can have. in any actually way, shape, or form. It
Is
could
that what it
actually
is?
be.
I'm sorry, what I'm trying to get at, I'm trying to figure out how much of the front porch, if you were to measure it vertically from the house towards the street, how much of that would be within the allowed variance, and how much would be the portion that they would be asking for? I know we're measuring it by way of square footage, but it would be helpful to kind of visualize what we're really talking about in terms of that vertical strip.
I think Commissioner Carpenter, the problem is it's two different standards. So we've got a setback, and almost all of the porch is within the setback, is encroaching on the setback. But then there's an exception, an allowance for 80 square feet of porch area within a setback that you don't need a variance for. So they are almost entirely within the setback.
Within the setback, okay.
But if they had limited the porch to 80 square feet, they would be able to do it without a variance.
Okay.
Because we make this allowance. So it could be on one side or the other, or whatever shape.
2 feet wide across the whole.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was getting at. I was just trying to get a sense as, right now, they're extending it from side to
Right.
side.
So whatever configuration,
Correct.
they could do whatever configuration they want, so long as it's not more than 80 square feet.
Right. It could be closer.
It could even
Yes.
encroach further into the setback.
Yes.
Okay.
If they wanted to make it very
Right.
long and thin, yes.
Is there a limit on how close it can
Yes,
come to the
20
lot line?
feet.
Okay. So they can't do the 8 by 10, or the bowling alley. Other questions? All right, hearing none, I'll ask if the applicants are present. Are the Williamses here? Why don't you come on up and introduce yourselves and tell us about your application.
Hi, my name is Nikki Williams, and this is my husband, Ryan.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. We have been wanting to put on a front porch to our house, and just kind of looking at some of the different examples that we've gotten from our builder. A lot of the styles that porches that go with, I guess our house is colonial or Georgian style, run the length of the house. And though the lots that we have on Morningside are a little bit thinner, longer lots, it's nice to give any kind of visually kind of widening of the house and the lot. Currently, we have a stoop that's about, is it 6 feet wide? 6 feet deep. So we're not going any deeper than the current stoop that's right there, but we just want it to run along the length of the house. So that's what we're looking for, yeah.
Have you explored the possibility of a shorter, have you kind of tinkered around with this 80 square feet and what shape that would look like on the front of the house? And
We haven't, we just started talking about it in the last
Okay.
couple of days, but yeah, we certainly would, we're pretty social, we're outside a lot, and like to have, I know somebody had brought up the idea of having it really thin, like that we could have it super thin, but I don't know that we could actually even fit a chair out there.
You'd
but
like to sit on it?
Yeah, right, exactly. We also face right into the northwest, so we've kind of noticed it'd be nice to have a little bit more protection there too. We've had our big glass door come off the hinges a couple times, getting caught on the northwest wind, and have to ask people to back up when they come to the house. So that's mainly why we're looking to do this too.
All right.
Yeah, aesthetically, a porch as wide as the house is very appealing to us, and in order to get it within 80 feet, or 80 square feet, that would mean, 2.5 or
Right.
feet, which would
Yeah,
not
you
be
clearly
feasible.
either would have to
Right.
shorten it up. You either
Right.
can't do the width of the house, or you can't do 6 feet.
Right,
Right,
and
exactly.
either of those right now seem like we would like to challenge the 80 square foot for, it seems like the first time.
Okay. Any further questions for the Williamses? Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, so if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this variance application, this would be the time to come up and do it. Come on up and please introduce yourself. And
My name is Rita Larson. I'm co-owner of Larson Design Build, and I'm the designer of this house. I just want to justify the reason for the width. This is a hip roof on this house. It's very symmetrical. So right now, as you see in the pictures of the front of the house, the door is offset, the front door. But we want to bring it back to what is more traditionally colonial or Georgian style. Put the door in the center and have the full width. The symmetry of this house needs a full width porch. We could certainly offset it and have an asymmetrical look, but if you look at the front of the porch, because there's no garage, the asymmetry of a porch on this squared, hipped roof home would be very awkward and unbalanced. And so that's part of the reason for the width. And as Nikki mentioned, with our little narrow 50-foot lots, and my husband and I also live in Morningside, we're on Scott Terrace, we're trying every way we can to create width, the appearance of width in our narrow 50 feet wide lots. So again, those horizontal lines would help. So that's how we came up with this plan, and we sure hope you'll consider it.
Any questions for Ms. Larson? Thank you. Any other comments on this application? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, commission deliberations. Questions, comments? Commissioner Grable.
Yeah, I'm wondering if either Carrie or Chris could speak to this question. What was the justification, if we know, or the rationale behind limiting the size of the front porches to begin with?
I think the limitation was chosen so that it was not unlimited, but I have no idea why the council decided. They settled on 80 square feet. I think originally it was in order to allow some limited protection over a stoop with columns, but to stay away from trying to design it, they settled on a square footage, and I don't think it's any magic number.
Other comments or questions? Commissioner Potts.
I like this addition design overall. I think, to Chris's point, the idea of investing in an existing house without just tearing it down and building new is something that I appreciate in and of itself. I like very much the idea of adding porches to the front of the homes as a way to bring people out to the street, to encourage that social nature that the Williams mentioned as part of their lives. Certainly much better than putting a garage in front of the house is something that's come up recently. When I think about the size of this porch, I appreciate the design intent here. That does seem like the right thing to do. And I think trying to shrink it down to 80 feet, other than getting in and out the front door, there'd not be much use to having it there. So having said that, I'm in support of this variance application.
Commissioner Platter.
I agree with Commissioner Potts on that, and I think will be a nice addition to the neighborhood to have a porch like that. There's some around there right now, but other ones to be added. And I would note that at least any letters we've gotten in support have been from the next door neighbor and one down the street, and I haven't seen any objections. So it seems reasonable that to allow a few feet forward to build this porch would be okay. And also one thing, I'm not a huge fan of having every house line up exactly either on the street. I mean, I like a little bit of variation, and this doesn't seem to get, this seems a little bit just to break it up versus getting one straight line along that whole street. So I would also be in support of this variance.
Commissioner Carpenter.
I'm going to join that, and the thought that I had right now is essentially that, and it goes back to the initial comment I started to make earlier. It's a very narrow porch. It's 6 feet is the depth of it, and if you're going to start cutting it back at all, it starts to become a pretty non-functional improvement. So it seems like that strikes me as pretty much about the basics that you'd want to have. And so if we're going to allow a porch, and I think it's reasonable for the reasons that have already been expressed, I don't see any compelling reason to try to shrink it to the point where it's no longer actually usable.
Commissioner Forrest.
Well, I love a front porch, and I have no objection to the idea, but I'm wondering how my fellow commissioners are getting past the second factor in the variance test, as the staff report indicates that, once again, that it can be viewed as self-created, and they didn't provide any findings otherwise. So what would be your findings to satisfy that? Convince me.
Chair,
Commissioner Carpenter.
I've got to respond to that. I mean, to a large extent, that kind of test, can be applied to almost all the applications that come before the commission. Everything is self-created to the extent that people are asking for the right to do something. And I think that that's starting to sound a little bit like maybe the argument. I don't think that's the right argument here. I just don't think it's relevant that the request is being made. I think the relevancy in terms of how the test is applied is to the circumstances that are at issue.
So what's the practical difficulty? That's what I want to know. I mean, the state statute says we need findings that say there's practical difficulty that's unique to this property. So what is unique what makes it so different from the other properties with regard to putting on a front porch, and any hindrances to that? I mean, topographically or whatever. And then, just how can we justify this?
Well,
Commissioner Schroeder.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Forrest, our practical concerns, it says in our report, may include functional and aesthetic concerns. I think that what the applicant was suggesting is the style of the house dictates a configuration of a porch that would run the entire length of the house. So I think it would focus on the aesthetic concerns.
Commissioner Carpenter, did you want to?
I've joined that. My thinking was aesthetic is certainly part of it, but functionality in terms of the width of the proposed porch, I think would justify that as well.
Commissioner Grable.
A 9-by-9 porch is not functional at all, except as a place to get your feet off the ground. If we're going to, 9-by-9 is just an unreasonable limitation on a front porch to a house, I think.
Commissioner Potts.
I agree with Commissioner Schroeder, certainly, and I guess I'd just like to point out this whole addition could be done without the porch at all. The front of the house could be left as is, and what the applicants are doing is actually making a very nice contribution back to the street, in addition to have a space that's functional at least a few months of the year in our climate. I'd like to recognize that.
Commissioner Forrest.
So we're agreeing to this because of the fact that we like this design. What if somebody brought a design for a front porch, we didn't like it on that particular house? Then we wouldn't have the same findings? I mean...
Commissioner Potts.
I think it's the aesthetic and the function, as Commissioner Schroeder said. So I think rewarding good design, it may be subjective, but yes.
I have to say, I for the most part, have been with Commissioner Forrest on this, but I'm impressed at the creativity of the arguments being made on behalf of this. My issue with it is, we have a code provision that says 80 square feet, and so why do we have that code provision if we're not? Where does that come from? So I'm inclined to let. I think the points are well taken. If it were up to me and I was designing it, I think it looks a lot better this way, and that's the way I would want to design it. But I don't quite see how we get there. Commissioner Grable.
Mr. Chairman, the reason we do variances at all is because there's a code provision that says X, Y, Z, and we have, for reasons of aesthetics, practicality, whatever, we find a reason to grant a variance from that code provision. So the code provision says 80 square feet, but it seems to me there's sufficient justification here to allow a variance from that and allow this porch to be built.
Commissioner Platter.
I should say, to me, part of the variance is also to make things better, if you will, and I believe this makes this better than it may have without the variance. So if they just went with the 80 square feet, it could be something offset. They got a half porch there, and really they could tear their whole house down. They could sell their whole house or rebuild, a larger house and push it back a little bit, and they wouldn't need anything. So, to me, to encourage and also to encourage people to rebuild their homes and rebuild in place and do improvements, I think this is a reasonable thing to do within this neighborhood.
Commissioner Forrest.
I'm not disagreeing with anything regarding the design and the function and all of that. However, as I said earlier, the 80 square feet, it's basically what you're saying is anybody that comes before us and says they want to build a front porch in the front yard setback that's bigger than 80 square feet, that we have the justification to pretty much disregard that code section. So that's where I kind of have a problem. And I really like the idea of somebody not, improving their home and their neighborhood. But all this mention of, well, if this is a lot better than tearing it down, there's a veiled threat that's mentioned a few times in the staff report and in our discussion here in using the threat of a tear down as a reason to give somebody a design element that they want on their home. So that's why I'm struggling with this. I have no objection to the project, and I love the front porch, but I'm just having trouble satisfying the requirements.
Well, I guess the place that I'm at is I share some of Commissioner Forrest's discomfort, but I guess the consequences that we'll have runaway front porches in the Morningside neighborhood, and that doesn't seem like a tragedy to me. So. I think we've plumbed this pretty thoroughly, and I'm ready for a motion whenever someone's ready to bring one.
I would make a motion. I'm just not sure what to do because did the staff deny this? I wasn't sure.
They recommended we deny. So.
Okay, I would move to approve it over the staff's recommendations to deny it.
Are there any particular facts you'd like to articulate to support that as the council? Just for the record.
Again, getting back to the improvement in the neighborhood, I think this neighborhood has a lot of front porches that could use some other ones within the similar type homes in the neighborhood. I think it really is a nice positive addition to the neighborhood.
Is there a second?
Second.
And further discussion.
I think we need something I'm sorry. I think we need something in the findings that then indicates if its function and aesthetics is the practical difficulty that we have to outline something because that was the reason the staff report denied it. So that I just wanted to make sure it included something.
I'd like to ask the motioner and the seconder if we could amend it to include something that would reference the lack of functionality and aesthetic benefit for the neighborhood that will be within the allowed limits of 80 square feet.
Yes.
That's the actual practical difficulty, is our own code is the difficulty.
Agreed.
And the seconder?
Sure. Did you second it?
I can't remember who did, but I'm speaking for whoever needs to.
Commissioner Carpenter, did you have something to add? You were just following up on the seconding?
I'm following
All right,
up on the second.
thank you.
There we go.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes. Congratulations.
Passed anyway.
All right, next up on the agenda is the application by the Warnkeys at 4011 44th Street in Edina. Chris?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm encroaching on your setback.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, we're still in Morningside. This is a corner lot. It is part of the old streetcar line. It was platted after the streetcar line was abandoned or no longer used. So what you'll notice is that the lots that are along the south side of West 44th Street are extremely shallow. It's almost as if the lots have been turned. The subject lot happens to be a corner lot, and there are homes fronting both streets. So they are subjected to 2 front yard setbacks. They also have a very shallow lot to work with, given that the front of their house and their garage faces West 44th Street. Here is a more detailed area photograph of the property. This is the front of the house as it exists today. The house that's directly to the west, and the house that's around the corner that's actually fronting curve. This then, again, is the existing house as it fronts West 44th Street. What the property owners would like to do is to expand the garage to the west so that they can utilize some of the interior space of the existing garage for a mudroom. And this would be the east elevation of the house. This is all front yard area that's adjacent to the property on curve. This is actually the backyard of their house, which you can see is the lots are quite shallow. This is the deck that's behind the garage. What you'll notice is that there's a doorway on the back of the garage that is also, there's also a doorway into the house along the side of the back wall, and that's how they get into the house from the garage. There's no direct access currently from the garage into the house. You have to go out the back door and then into the house as you cross the deck. This is an existing survey of the house. You can see that it's quite a bit further back from Curve Avenue, so all of this area is really rather useless because it is front yard setback area. This area is the setback from West 44th Street, which lines up with the house that's to the west. Their interior side yard setback is actually the south interior lot line. If it were to be their rear yard, they would require a 25-foot setback and they wouldn't be able to add anything on. They also would like to put a porch where their deck is currently. That would meet the 10-foot setback. However, their existing garage is currently non-conforming. It's about 24 feet away from their westerly lot line, and with the improvements they would be reducing that in order to add to the garage. This are some current drawings, and this is a diagram indicating what they hope to accomplish given the addition. They would expand the garage by a little over 11 feet so that the distance between the new side wall of the garage to the westerly lot line would be a little over 12 feet. The distance between the new garage wall and the home directly to the west would still be 39 feet. So there's quite a bit of distance between the two structures. But this would allow them to have a standard 24-foot width garage. It's not going to be a three-car garage. It's going to look relatively the same from the front as you see today, except that it's just been lengthened with an area in between that would allow for a mudroom. So is the proposed development reasonable for the site? The addition is appropriate in size and scale for the lot, and the improvements will enhance the property and not impact the streetscape. The addition of the garage and mudroom area will allow for a wider standard garage that is typical. It's a very typical width for a two-car garage, but it would allow then for a mudroom that would provide direct interior access into the house. Currently, there is no direct access. The improvements will provide additional garage space without drastically changing the conditions on the property, and spacing between the garage and the addition adjacent will be in excess of 39 feet to the property to the west. The home will maintain the character of the neighborhood and would remain pretty much the same as you see with the new plans. Staff does support the request and recommends approval. Approval is based on the following findings: that with the exception of the variance requested, the proposal would meet all of the R1 standards. The proposal would meet the required standards for a variance because the proposed use of the property is reasonable as it is consistent with surrounding properties and will not alter the essential character or the street views. The imposed setbacks limit design opportunity. The intent of the ordinance is to provide adequate spacing between structures. They'll still be providing quite a bit of space between the structures. The unique circumstances, the original placement of the home, given how it was platted on the old streetcar line. Approval for the variance is subject to the following conditions: that the survey and plans both date stamped February 12th, 2013. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. One question, if you could can you pull up the slide that has the kind of plat map right at the beginning?
The aerial
That'll
photograph?
do.
Okay.
So when you talk about to the west, you're talking about the house on 4015,
Correct.
44th?
That's correct.
What's the separation between this existing house and the proposed expansion of it and the house at 4400 Curve? So it looks like that, I'm just judging from the aerial photo, it looks like they have some structure that's pretty close to the property line there.
Oh, actually, it encroaches. It overlaps their,
So-
you can see on the survey, their
couldn't see that.
garage
Okay, that's what that
is
is. That's
slightly
the
overlapping, and they have an easement area.
So they have acquired an easement for that overlap, is that?
That's what the survey is showing.
Okay. And then, so the encroachment on that survey then is further to the west is the new expansion, is that?
Correct. The
But is-
expansion is over here.
The expansion's only to the west, is that deck just there and that is already existing and it's not going to change?
Well, they're going to be putting a porch on it, but it will maintain the required 10-foot interior side yard setback. That's not requiring a variance.
Oh, so that'll stay 10 feet from that.
At least 10
It's
feet away
hard to
from
tell
the-
which one's the rear yard and which one's the side yard. in
Well,
this
and
game.
in this particular situation, when you have to respect two front yard setbacks, you can choose either or as your interior side or rear yard. It would be no advantage to them to say that their south line is their rear yard, because
So,
they would,
Just
it
so
would be
that,
nonconforming.
so that I'm clear, the lot line between 4011 and then 4400, there is no encroachment there. There's no setback encroachment on that between
to the
those
south
two.
lot line?
Correct.
No.
Okay.
That would be the side yard.
So we're calling that side yard.
That
So we
is
don't have
side
to
yard.
worry about how close it is to that property. It's just to
No,
the next
they'll-
property.
Correct.
All
To
right.
the west.
Got it. I'm caught up. Any other questions for Chris? Are the applicants here? Come on up, introduce yourselves, and tell us about your application.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alan. It's my wife, Doreen.
Welcome.
Purchased the property in the end of January from Lloyd, the original owner, from 1958. Lloyd's wife passed away a couple years ago. He's moved down the street. We're very excited about moving into the neighborhood. We're currently in North Hopkins. First home was in Bryn Mawr, so we're kind of looking forward to the neighborhood feel again. And wanted to add, I don't know if it's in your pack or not, we have both neighbors are in support of the addition, and they have seen all the paperwork for it.
Okay, great.
Right. Yeah, I was just going to add that we love the layout of the house and love the space, but in order to make it usable and to have access from the garage to the house, we need to create some sort of a mudroom entrance, which is not there today. And we've played, our architect is here, we've played around with a number of different ideas. This seemed to be the best option for us without infringing on the square footage of the property necessarily or the look of the property, and still meet the functionality that we need in the house.
That'd be great to give to Carrie. Any other questions for the Wernkeys? Thank you.
Welcome.
This is a public hearing, and so if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this variance application, this would be the time to come forward. Seeing none, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, so the public hearing is closed, and Commission, what's your pleasure? Commissioner Scheer.
This won't be very articulate, kind of off the cuff here, but I'm really stuck. With your line of questioning, Mr. Chairman. The extension to me feels more like a side yard extension than a rear yard extension. And if it were a side yard extension, we wouldn't even be here discussing this. Based on the orientation of the house, and I'm just stuck there. So I'm interested in other people's thoughts about that.
Commissioner Platter.
I was going to mention too, is we get in these situations where these corner lots have 2 front yard setbacks. Is there another way to do this, so there's like a corner setback or something, that we're not always running into these situations where it basically in some ways becomes an unbuildable lot because of the 2 front yards? So I don't know, I'm asking Carrie or Chris if there's something if we're going to update our codes anytime soon, if there's a way we can work around this so it doesn't bring in these not necessarily limitations, but all these come in like this.
Sure, we could always design something. Our code builds in a lot of flexibility, like in this instance, where it gives the property owner the choice, where they can choose which is their side yard and which is their rear. That's somewhat a unique code requirement. We could put hard and fast, this is your side yard, this is your rear yard, this is your front, this is your side street. Could be a hard and fast number. That is something we could do as part of a code amendment.
Commissioner Potts.
Calling this a, sorry.
Go ahead.
You're right, this does look like a side yard, it acts like a side yard. That could be part of your practical difficulty findings as well.
And Carrie or Chris, I guess if we treated it as a side yard, would the conversation then be a variance for the construction of the deck to the south?
Right, then they'd be non-conforming to the south. So it's either you're requesting a variance from one side or the other.
Right.
But I would state, to me, a deck feels different than a permanent part of the structure.
It's a porch. They're going to be putting a porch in place of the deck.
So they're going to enclose it?
Correct.
Year-round enclosure?
Yes.
Okay.
And larger than 80 square feet.
Commissioner Forrest.
Yeah.
Commissioner Forrest.
I agree. I see it as it's functioning as a side yard, and we're imposing a rear yard setback on it, and yet this particular lot, because of the way it was platted, has very little rear yard. So I think that, to me, this does the uniqueness of the way it's platted and the house is situated, in addition to the fact that we are the homeowner, welcome to the neighborhood, by the way, is looking to improve on what is a code mandated feature to their house, which is a 2-car garage. So I feel it meets the requirements for a variance.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Potts.
If I could just add to that again, to recognize and appreciate the effort to work with an existing house to continue try and continue the existing aesthetic with both finishes and forms, I think is something to be commended. Thank you.
I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Potts.
I move approval of the variance as requested, with recognizing the staff comments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations. Welcome. All right, the next item on the agenda is a preliminary rezoning to PUD, preliminary redevelopment plan, and preliminary plat. Anderson KM Builders, 7171 France Avenue. Carrie. Let me just while Carrie's getting ready, I've given a little bit of thought, with your indulgence, to kind of how to manage this item. And what I would suggest is that we have Carrie's presentation, and then I'd like the applicant to come up after we've had any preliminary questions for Carrie. I know that there's a traffic study as part of this that was paid for by the applicant. And so if that's part of your presentation, I think it'd be good to have some information on that. And then one of the things that has been going on that is part of the context of this is we've been doing a study of France Avenue, and there's been some grant money, I think, Wayne, to explore new urban design features along France Avenue to try and make it more pedestrian friendly, more crossable. And because this is such a prominent feature on France, I want us to be thinking about that context as we're examining this. So I'm going to ask Wayne to give us just a brief overview on what's been happening on that. Then obviously we'll take public comment from as part of the public hearing, and then have further deliberation. So with that, Carrie, if you'd get us started.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. This is a redevelopment of the Byerly's grocery store site on France Avenue. I think you're all familiar with the intersection of France and Hazelton. The property does abut up against the promenade, the walking pedestrian pathway that's highlighted in green on that last slide. The applicant is proposing this project in two phases. This is a look at the existing Byerly's store. It's roughly 59,000 square feet. That would be removed. So just to take you through the phasing, that existing store that we just saw, that would remain open, and they propose to build the new store out at the intersection of Hazelton and France in this location here. Again, the existing store is located roughly in this location. Housing that's labeled here, Housing A, that would be a 6-story, 109-unit apartment level with 2 levels of underground parking. That would also be under construction at the same time as the Byerly's store. Now, once the store would be finished, the existing store would then be removed, and this Housing B, which is another 6 to 7-story, that would be 77 units of apartments, and again, 2 levels of underground parking. That would be constructed. So that would constitute phase 1, this area here. Phase 2 would be this parcel that would be created right here. That would again be a 6-story, 60-unit apartment, and that would have retail roughly 10,000 square feet on the bottom. Just to quickly run through some renderings, I'll let the applicant present these in more detail. This would be the proposed Byerly's store looking at the front entrance from the parking lot. There would be one entrance here, another entrance here, adjacent to France Avenue that would be located here. Again, this would be the look from Hazelton, or no, I'm sorry, France. This would be that store entrance. This would be the loading dock area. This would face that phase, the second phase apartments, and then the north elevation that would face Hazelton. So again, so here's the Byerly site with the 3 apartment buildings, the retail space underneath. So this is a 2-step development review process. The first step before the commission this evening request is for a preliminary rezoning from its current zoning of PCD3, Planned Commercial District, to planned unit development, also preliminary development plan and a preliminary plat. Right now the site exists as 2 lots, and they're proposing to create 4, so each building would sit on its own parcel. So this first phase is important for the Planning Commission and the Council in that if the applicant receives approval, they essentially know they have a project. In coming back, it's really fine-tuning small details. So this really is, if there's fundamental problems that you have with the site, now is the time to correct those. If they're just some minor tweaks to the plan, if you're comfortable with the concept, again, because once the council approves this in a preliminary fashion, they essentially know that they have a project. So if they do obtain approval from the council, it's a 3-vote item here, they would then come back for final rezoning, and it's at that time, because this is a PUD ordinance, that we would create the zoning district that establishes the regulations for this site. Also a final development plan and a final plat. So again, the request before the commission is the preliminary rezoning, preliminary development plan, and preliminary plat. Just to refresh the Planning Commission, you may recall last year, 2012, they did come forward with a sketch plan proposal for development on the site. This is a look at that site plan. The new Byerly's store was proposed here. It did have housing on top of it. A quick rendering of what that looked like at that time. So this would have been the Byerly's with the apartments on top
and another retail building here with apartments on top. The applicant has responded to the comments from the Planning Commission and Council. Some of the most significant comments that were made, and they have addressed those, is moving a building up closer to the street with the relocation of Byerly's. And you recall with the loading docks that were adjacent to the promenade, that was recommended that that be somehow hidden a little bit better and not facing the promenade, and just taking advantage more of the promenade itself. There was concerns with the pedestrian connections on this site, and they've made some vast improvements in that regard as well. So this site is just under 10 acres in size. When comparing our underlying zoning regulations, the PCD3 districts, they would be required, I believe I indicated there would be 4 variances. There was one that I did miss. There is one additional variance. So those being based on the square footage of the retail space, they would be required 357 parking stalls. The plan proposes 314, so there's a variance there. The traffic study that you mentioned, RLK, the consultant, also did a parking study, and they concluded that there would be adequate parking to serve the retail as well as the housing. There would be shared access easements all across the site for access and parking. The second variance would have been for the Byerly's store itself here on Hazelton Road. A 50-foot setback is required, and the setback shown here is 26 feet. So that would be in this location here. The second variance would be for housing C. Based on the height of that building, a 79-foot setback is required, and the site plan here shows 43 feet. The next variance would be for floor area ratio. The ordinance requires a 50% floor area ratio. That's square footage compared to lot size. And this project is at about 72%. That is consistent with the sketch plan that we reviewed last year. That was at about 70% at that time. The variance that was not highlighted is a setback to the promenade in this location here. Based on the height of housing A, a 79-foot setback is required, and they're at 32 feet here. So should a PUD be approved for the site, those regulations get tied right into the ordinance and become standard. In regard to site circulation, the new a right-in, right-out is proposed on France Avenue. The applicant, as well as staff, has been working with the county and obtaining the right-in, right-out. This is a county road, and we need their approval. We think we've obtained those. Those negotiations are still ongoing, but we believe that they are on board with that. There are 2 access points currently existing on Hazelton Road. Those would be slightly realigned with the development of this site. There would be a right-in, right-out in this location here. Right now it's a full access. And the second access point would be right here on the east end of the site. And the idea here is to align the driveways here with the properties to the north. You might note that, as shown here, it does encroach on the property to the east. Staff, as well as the applicant, have been working with the property owners in trying to come up with an agreement on this arrangement. The possibility here could be for a stoplight or potentially a roundabout in this location. But as it stands tonight, the property owner here to the east is not agreeable to this plan. However, for this preliminary review, we hope to have that finalized before they would make application for for their final development plan. What could happen is this simply could be shifted to the south and not located on the adjacent property owner's property, or we can come up with an arrangement. So it doesn't necessarily have to slow down the process this evening, but we would have to work that out prior to coming back for the final review. Okay, so the pedestrian accesses that are proposed, the applicant would be redoing or creating a sidewalk along France Avenue here. This would be consistent and ties in with the France Avenue improvements. And again, engineer Houle will present some of that detail.
Also, there's an existing sidewalk along the north. They would be creating a new pedestrian connection from France Avenue through the front of Byerly's, and that would connect up to the promenade in this location here. They're also proposing a sidewalk along the south that again could connect up to the promenade in this location here. So there's a number of sidewalks that would provide much greater pedestrian circulation on the site. They're also suggesting a walkway located right here. In terms of landscaping, and this would be an item that we'd look at in more detail with the final development plan, but 68 overstory trees are required based on the perimeter of the site. And their preliminary plans here indicate 98, so we'd have quite an improvement there. In terms of loading, the loading docks have been relocated to the back of the Byerly store located here, again away from the promenade. This is a real similar circumstance that we had with the Whole Foods project that was recently constructed. That would be screened with a brick wall that would match the building in this location here. In terms of the loading and trash areas for the retail space here, they haven't provided a lot of detail, but we would look for that as part of the final development plan. Just quickly, some of the building materials. The Byerly's would be a brick building on all four sides. The apartments would be metal panel, cement fiber panel with the large windows. And again, the applicant will go through that in more detail. One note that I want to make on signage. As part of the PUD, we'd like to incorporate signage right into that ordinance. Given all the different uses going on here, and we would want to take into account development of this site in the future, that we would look for a sign package as part of that final development plan, where we can look at directional signage, where the monument signs would be located, and the sizes. So we would look for that as part of the final development package as well. In terms of the density proposed here, this would be 24 units per acre, so a little bit less dense than, say, the Southdale Apartments that was recently approved by the council. That was about 45 units an acre. So quickly to show the preliminary plat. This is the existing two lots on the site today, kind of a crude graphic, but this is the preliminary plat that's proposed. So again, each building would have its own lot. Given that, park dedication is required here, and that would be $5,000 per unit required as part of that plat. Additional item I want to point out is, you recall the promenade plan, where there is quite an extensive water feature that's proposed in that plan. This was done back in 2006, 2007. Given the topography of the site, this area here is the high point on the property. So it's a challenge for the applicant to create this as their ponding area for the site. The flows naturally go to the south and west. They have indicated on their plan, as you see, they've provided an area here. Some of those park dedication funds could be used to create that ponding area. So that's something we would want to consider as we move forward here. So the primary issues for consideration: is this proposed development reasonable for the site? Is the proposed PUD appropriate? In this case, staff believes that it is. This project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, which guides this site for a mixed-use center. The comp plan encourages the mixing of uses, which the applicant is proposing to do here. Under the underlying zoning, housing is allowed as a conditionally permitted use, so both of the uses are allowed under the standard zoning. This project would meet our height regulations. There's an 8-story maximum here, and the proposed is between 6 and 7 stories. Again, the building would be brought up to France Avenue as suggested in the comprehensive plan. Again, this is similar to Whole Foods, with one difference in that the plans before you, they have 2 entrances into the store. One is right on France, as well as the one more interior to the site, whereas Whole Foods, we just had the one entrance that was kind of away from France Avenue. So this plan is an improvement there. The applicant has addressed most all of the concerns that were raised as part of the sketch plan, the issues that I raised earlier. Again, this is a high-quality construction building.
There would be an improvement in site circulation. One thing I didn't mention, the applicant has also obtained an easement from Macy's to the south that would allow users of this site who wanted to go south on France Avenue, they could use this point here and go to the stoplight here that's just adjacent to the Pinstripes property there, and they could continue south. So with the right in, right out, and that access, site circulation is improved. And again, with the PUD, as with all of our PUD ordinances, it ensures that this is the project that gets developed as we build these standards right into the ordinance. So with that, I will stop and just note that staff is recommending approval of the proposal subject to the findings and the conditions that are outlined.
Thank you, Kerry. Questions for Mr. Teague? Commissioner Grable.
Kerry, as this comes down towards France Avenue, right now there's about a 5 or 6 foot wall there along France. Does this come down to grade?
It does not, but that retaining wall gets rebuilt, so all of that gets reconfigured in that area. But there, it would remain slightly elevated there.
Commissioner Platter.
That encroachment you spoke of earlier, how much of an encroachment is that roughly? That
it's about in the 7 to 10 feet range.
that would essentially, how they're proposing it would essentially have that road on both properties then, right? Is that what they're showing there?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Forrest.
So you said housing is a conditional use in PCD 3?
Correct. Yep.
And are, maybe you could, just for everybody who's here, tell us the types of uses that are allowed in PCD 3, and since it's going to be divided into different parcels, we would need to decide if we want to allow all of those uses in all of those parcels. Is it possible, if we decide differently, to limit things per parcel?
It's possible. Anything's possible with the PUD. You recall we have put similar use designations on other PUDs that we've done. So we certainly could do that. Our PCD 3 zoning district is our more intense commercial zoning district, the most that we have in the city, where it does allow a wide range of uses. So that as the PUD that's drafted in your packet does contemplate any use that's allowed in the PCD 3 district would be allowed here as well.
As a follow-up, are there any uses sometimes in certain parts of the ordinance, and I'm sorry I haven't dug into this as deeply as I probably should have, are there any uses that are listed that are specifically not allowed in PCD 3?
Well, any use that's not specifically listed is considered to not be allowed. I guess the one use that always comes up as we go through these things is drive-throughs, if that's something that the current PCD 3 ordinance would allow a drive-through. I just use that as an example of something that you could say that wouldn't be allowed here.
Commissioner Scherer? Okay. Commissioner Platter.
Converting this to a PUD would only allow these uses on the site then, correct? That's shown here.
You could limit that. I was building in a little more flexibility for them, and especially with the retailers under Housing C and Housing B, that would, any retail that would be allowed in a PCD 3 district could go into those uses.
Right, but if this was approved as a PUD, what's the housing, the retail, and the ancillary retail, that's all that could be put on that site plan at that point, correct?
Correct.
That's what I was getting at.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Commissioner Forrest.
Well, since we aren't looking at any other uses, I'm just wondering, so basically this could be handled as just a PCD 3 project with the variances, is that correct?
It could be.
Okay.
The city, in doing that, you recall with the PUD, the specific plans that you approve become ordinance, and they have to build that building. If we did it just with straight zoning, with variances, I guess the buildings that had the variances on them would have to be constructed, but they'd be allowed to do anything under the confines of, as long as they meet setback and that kind of thing.
Any further questions for Mr. Teague? All right, seeing none, I'd invite the applicant to come up, or applicants to come up.
And we do have a team presentation tonight. I'm Jim Voss. I'm with Cressa Partners.
So, Jim, if I can hold you for 1 minute, I think he's going to need a microphone in the center
got it.
podium. There you go. Welcome.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jim Voss. I'm with Cressa Partners, and we've been the real estate advisor to Lunds and Byerly's for a number of years, and working on this one for about 3 years. Your staff has done an extraordinary job of outlining all the things I was going to tell you about how carefully we tried to listen a year ago to your sketch plan review comments and the revisions that we've made to the site plan. So I think I'll yield my time to our designer, Paul Holmes of Pope Architects, and let him take you through the design details, and then introduce you to Maureen Michalski of Schaefer Richardson, who we brought alongside to be our housing advisors and our housing co-developers. Paul, would you like to take over with the design?
Thanks, Jim. Well, as you've heard, this is a redevelopment of the Byerly's site on France Avenue, the existing 9.67 acre parcel. We were before you with a sketch plan review in the spring of last year. As Mr. Teague said, the design has changed radically since then, in great part because of the comments that we received during the sketch plan review, but also due to the selection and presence and input of Schaefer Richardson, the housing joint venture partner in the development, as well as the county's willingness to consider right-in, right-out access off France Avenue, which in itself helped reshape where the Byerly store could be positioned on site. And finally, Macy's desire and willingness to have not only shared cross easement, but also shared access from France Avenue straddle their property line. So there is agreement in principle with Macy's for that access for the cross easement and for the roadway that would straddle the property line. And as Mr. Teague pointed out, there is not yet agreement between the Lunds folks and the Wilson family who own the property to the northeast. The development, I'm going to hope I advance this. Thanks. The development includes the 47,000 square foot Byerly store. It is about the same sales area as the current Byerly store has, but there's less back of house area within the building, so they can work with a smaller space. The Byerly store has about 186 parking spaces directly in front of it in the parking field. And many of the employees from the Byerly store will use some adjacent parking in front of Building C, which is slightly overparked for its retail use. So there perhaps 20 of those spaces will be used by Byerly's employees. There are also the 3 apartment buildings on site. All 3 of them are 6 stories in height, over 2 levels of underground parking. All the parking for the housing units is taken care of underground. There are 246 units altogether in all 3 buildings, and they're parked at a rate of about 1.5 parking stalls per unit, or calculated another way, there is more than 1 parking stall per bedroom in the entire development. So that's a pretty good way to gauge user rate. As a traffic study has been completed by RLK, briefly that traffic study looks at both a no-build scenario for this site and a fully built scenario as proposed, taking a 15-year and a 30-year horizon and taking into account other developments that are being planned for this area, as were pointed out by Mr. Houle, as well as a growth in traffic through that period of time, sort of a natural escalation in traffic. It also took into account some of the planned roadway changes for France Avenue. The author of that study is here tonight, and I know he'd be glad to answer questions. In brief, the study says that the development of this site in accordance with this plan does not have a significant effect on the level of service that we see 15 and 30 years out. So that this development, particularly because it creates more access points in and through this site, is not having a detrimental effect on traffic. pedestrian access through the site, as Mr. Teague said, is provided from the promenade through a paved walkway system to the Byerly store, and then secondly, from France Avenue, a new walkway that will be constructed along France Avenue, and the retaining walls along France will be reconstructed. Part of this is a city project. But the net effect is that the walkway will go from being right down at road level and on the street side of the wall where it is nearly unusable to being on the other side of the wall and slightly higher where it is much safer to use and much easier to access. The bus stop that's currently along France Avenue, we're proposing to relocate to Hazleton, just east of the intersection of France and Hazleton, so that access is better, safety is better in that location for bus traffic as well. One other thing to note, the retail that's in the lower level of apartment buildings B and C is visible in this shot, and it is situated in such a way as to promote pedestrian cross-traffic between the retail locations. We also want to point out that the residential portions of those buildings above are about 65 feet in width, but the parking garages and the retail piece is wider than that, about 122 feet or more in depth. And so the net effect is that there is a step back between the first and second level and an opportunity to develop rooftop decks and gardens in that location, and that is part of the design. I should mention, too, that bicycle traffic in and through the site can use the same pathways and the roadway system. Bike racks are being provided at all three buildings for bicycle traffic. This is another shot of the pedestrian way and along France Avenue. And the path that comes up to an outdoor seating area just outside the Byerly store on its southwest corner. This is the preliminary stormwater plan for the development. Stormwater is being handled on site through both underground storage and infiltration. There has been a preliminary meeting between the civil engineer RLK and the watershed district. There are not final reviews in place. There will be when a final development plan is made, and in some respects this plan is still under development. The plan works to take into account the stormwater requirement of the property owned by the Wolfson family to the northwest and to incorporate infrastructure to handle that stormwater on our site. It also takes into account the presence or future development of the water feature along the promenade, and there's the possibility to provide clean water to that feature by taking the roof water off buildings A and B and discharging it into that feature rather than taking it underground into the parking lot where it's currently shown. The landscape plan that's been submitted, as Mr. Teague pointed out, has more overstory trees than are required by code. There are foundation plantings. The intent is to use landscape as a way to accentuate the residential neighborhood against the promenade and to separate it to what degree we can from the more retail and commercial environment to the west. And so there's greenscape on the roadway, a lot of overstory trees in order to try to make that separation, as well as trees and plantings within the parking lot islands themselves. In terms of signage, there is the need to identify both the residential neighborhood as well as the retail uses. And so the strategy there is to use these stone walls as the primary identity mechanism for the neighborhoods. They would occur here at the right in, right out off France, as well as on the the easternmost entrance to the development from Hazleton, where the full intersection would be either the roundabout or the signalized intersection. So in both locations, there would be a stone wall with the name of the neighborhood, a pylon sign above that would identify Byerly's and could identify other retail as well. And because that site is tight and because housing building C is as close as it is to Hazleton, we are trying to make room on that pylon sign as well to do some signage identification for the Wolfson's family property next door, since we will be screening that property a bit from view, given the presence of the building against Hazelton. The design of the Byerly store itself is prairie-inspired. There are low-sloping roof forms, broad eaves, a mix of materials used in horizontal bands to ground the building to the site. The materials you see are natural stone, brick. There's exposed architectural precast concrete, glass, and metal panel. Structurally, we're using a load-bearing precast wall panel that would have a real brick inlaid into it. The stone would be laid up against it, and then the colored architectural concrete matrix would be exposed in its smooth, troweled form and scored in order to provide the relief at the top of the panel you see. So in this location, you're seeing that exposed concrete panel. The base is stone. The building in its present location really has no back. It's very visible from all sides, and so we've worked to try to articulate all the elevations of the building within the confines of the use of the building that Byerly's has. It's a grocery operation. There are back-of-house functions that need to be or should be concealed from view. We don't want to put windows into those back-of-house functions. And also store planning really tries to drive this building into a pretty predictable rectangular shape. But within those confines, we've tried to work on the elevation facing France. There is this feature component on the southwest corner. It's a two-story space. There's a seating area on the upper level over Byerly's Creations space below, where you can go in and buy a cup of coffee or buy a light meal, sit upstairs in the seating area, come out to the balcony above. I'm actually looking at the wrong view to be describing this. I apologize. This is the feature in the southwest corner, the balcony above where you can come out and sit. There's also a seating area below, immediately adjacent the pedestrian way. So there is that feature on the corner. That's about 30 feet, by the way, to the peak of that roof from grade. The average height to the parapet from grade is about 20 foot 9 inches. A similar feature exists at the corner of Hazelton and France. This is not a two-story space indoors. It is just a higher portion of the building that in this case gives us an opportunity to do signage and to break the elevation. And then between the two features along France, we are breaking the plane of the building by 3 or 4 feet coming out and back in, and also using the precast panel by taking brick out in some places and exposing that smooth concrete colored matrix and scoring it, breaking the material flow in that way in order to fenestrate that side, and then using overstory trees as well to soften it. And as we come around the corner then onto Hazelton, we're trying to use that same methodology to expose some precast there in order to provide a rhythm and to break that facade up. This end of that elevation is the screen wall that's screening the dock. It will be brick both on the Hazelton side and on the inside of that wall, so it would not be exposed precast on the inside of that wall. This is the view from the southeast. The entry canopy, as you see, extends well to the east in order to welcome pedestrians coming from the promenade and from the housing. There is talk within Byerly's of using the area under the canopy in good weather to do product display as well, so there could be a lot of energy and life to the south elevation of this building, and it can be a great public place. There is also this two-story entry element where we will be doing some signage, but also some daylighting, bringing daylight into the store, and then some clear-story windows where we'll be using translucent glass that can bring filtered daylight into the store in order to daylight that front end of the store. At that point, I'm going to stop and hand off to Maureen Michalski from Schaefer Richardson.
Good evening. One of the main goals of the housing design that we wanted to accomplish is to be complementary but distinct from the Byerly store. So what we have is we went with a more classic design with a base a middle, and a top, so that it'll have a more durable aesthetic in years to come, less of a pastiche that's been more popular in recent times that may look dated in the future. We are showing the brick face precast and architectural precast on the base level where the retail is, cement fiberboard in the middle, and then metal panel on the top of the building. And we do have samples here that the architect has brought if you'd like to look and touch and see those. Three complementary colors distinguish the building for each other, and we have an interior courtyard here. Let's see if I can, here we go. Courtyard that is welcoming to the site, and then also helps with pedestrian wayfinding as people will come through the promenade and through the site into the Byerly stores. We talked with the neighbors the meeting last week. That was one of the really strong items of interest, is that pedestrian wayfinding, so that they can continue to walk through the site to shop at Byerly's. Who will live here? A couple things that Paul didn't touch on. Our largest demographic will be residents from 35 to 65, looking for urban appeal with suburban convenience, really active lifestyle professionals. And of course, these residents will expect premium finishes and amenities in their home and location, which brings us to some of the site amenities here. We do have a pool on the exterior of the building near the promenade. Some outdoor seating areas, fire pit and grilling features are the outdoor amenities, and of course access to Byerly's and other nearby shops and services. In terms of interior amenities, we have a club room and lounge, a fitness center and cardio room right over here. Business center with computers, bicycle storage with promenade access that will come from Building A directly to the promenade, a pet grooming room in the facility, and then, of course, programming features like common area Wi-Fi and fitness on demand and things like that. Interior unit amenities will, Interior unit amenities, large windows, balconies and units, generous unit sizes, faux wood flooring, stainless appliances, fireplaces and select units. In a variety of unit types, studios to 3 bedrooms. The bulk of the units will be 1 bedrooms, followed by 2 bedrooms, and then 1 plus dens. The price point will be between just over $1,100 a month on up to over $3,200 a month for the loft 3-bedroom units. And to ensure the property is well managed, we're partnering with Stephen Scott Management to do that. They've been in business for 45 years and manage 7,000 apartments in the metro area, and most nearby to this site is the Cornelia Place that they manage on 65th. And some sophisticated design, appealing location, premium amenities, and complement to the new Byerly store. And with that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Let me just close by saying that we have the entire design team here, our engineers are here, and any of us would be happy to answer any questions you have about any aspect of the project. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voss. Questions for the applicants? Commissioner Grable.
So just to confirm, the residential is intended to be rental apartments rather than condominiums, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you anticipate, since you're dividing up each building on its own separate lot, would you anticipate at some point, I mean, who's going to own those buildings? Lund's, I assume, is going to own them to begin with, but would you anticipate selling those to other investors? Or
we have a joint venture agreement that's still being formed with Schaefer Richardson, so that we would, in partnership with them, own all of the housing. And it's Lund's intent and Schaefer Richardson's stated intent to be long-term owners of those. The only reason to divide the parcels is that for financing the construction in stages, we need separate parcels, and with the existing store in the middle, it's very, very difficult to finance that phasing. So the parcel is really about construction financing more than ownership or future separations.
Commissioner Forrest.
Start off with a simple design question. I'm wondering, facing the promenade, in the back of the one apartment building, you have the patio area with the fire pit and things. How high is that above grade?
At its highest point, it's about 7 feet above grade, and that would be at the corner of the pool against the promenade.
My concern was just that it doesn't look for boating to the people who are on the promenades. So.
Yeah. We were looking for something that would give a certain amount of privacy to the pool users without it looking for boating from the promenade. So we think between the stone wall and a fence and perhaps some screening, we'll be in good shape.
Thanks.
Can I jump in with a question? Since the sketch plan, have you added housing units? I couldn't keep track of what the total numbers. I know there were 2 buildings before, now there's 3.
I think the unit mix has shifted slightly, so the unit count may be up slightly, but probably not more than 10%.
But not dramatic?
I can't remember
Okay.
the exact numbers, I'm sorry.
I believe the unit count is up, something like 40 units. Is that right, Carrie?
20%?
Yeah.
It's from 230 to 250. Oh, in that range, 10 to 20% is the
Okay.
delta, I would suggest.
And was there some market change that made it attractive to do more housing?
I think it was more about letting the site and its constraints and opportunities guide the design process. And as we developed that neighborhood against the promenade, there were opportunities given the 6-story height limitation that we're using because of the structure that we're using in order to get that unit quantity in, and it made the project all that more feasible and attractive.
So that segues to my next question, which is really a site configuration question. So you've got, and I'm sorry, I don't know which is A, B, and C, but
A is the L-shaped building.
A is the L, and then B is the one next to that, and C is the second phase. So was there any consideration given to having building B along France Avenue? And if not, why not?
There wasn't. I think because the strong feedback we got during the sketch plan review was that the housing should relate strongly to the promenade. And we really wanted to hold the housing against the promenade and to separate it from the commercial use along France Avenue to the extent possible. I think from the standpoint of retailing as well, from Byerly's standpoint, having parking in front of the store so that people can see where they're going to park, see the entry, is a big deal. And so that also pushed the housing back to the promenade.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Scherer.
Just to follow up on the apartment units, you mentioned the configurations. What is the average square footage of those units?
The average square footage.
Or even just the square footage of 2 or 3 different configurations?
Sure.
They,
Or you want to?
go right ahead.
Okay. The studios are about 590 square feet, and then there's ranges for the one-bedroom units from 620 to 830. These are net square footages. Then we had one-bedrooms plus dens that range from 850 square feet to 950 square feet, roughly. 2 bedrooms at 975. And then 2 bedrooms plus dens to about 1,075 square feet. 3 bedrooms about 1,250, and then we get into the 2-level loft units, and those 1 bedrooms are about 940 square feet to just over 1,000 square feet. 2 bedrooms just under 2,000 square feet. Excuse me, just under 1,100 square feet up to 1,250. And then our largest unit is just under 1,500 square feet. So maybe more information than you wanted, but
No, that's
there's a lot of unit types.
That's fine. And I can't remember which one of you alluded to the fact that you had not concluded your negotiations with the 3655 Hazelton Road group. We are in possession of a letter from them objecting to the project. I wonder if you'd like to elaborate on that just a little bit.
And the author of that letter is here in the room tonight, and I'm sure he'd be happy to visit with you about it. We have had a series of meetings over the last couple of years as the project has evolved, and the alignment of that road has been a topic of conversation. I will not suggest that we have resolved that matter at all. The alignment is a question of when we exit the property there, if we follow the recommendation of city staff to put either a stoplight or a roundabout, how we align with the properties to the north. So centering on that property line is a logical place to do it. We could shift the road 5 or 6 feet to the west and not encroach on that property, but that creates alignment issues on the north side. So that's one of those things we're trying to balance. with all due respect to the Wilson family and how we accommodate that. They've expressed some concerns about development capacity, and so, as Paul mentioned, we've started to size our stormwater to ensure that they could do stormwater retention off-site and give themselves more development capacity on-site. So we're trying to work through some of those issues. Bill was kind enough in that letter to articulate some of their specific concerns, and so we're trying to find time to get together and actually work through that. And again, he's here.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Potts.
Two questions, one about pedestrian issues and then the other to your page of sustainability points. I'm having a hard time appreciating the pedestrian access from the promenade. I mean, I guess I should start by saying it's certainly greatly improved, but the surface parking seems to be so aggressive on this site that it doesn't look like a lot of care is taken to making the pedestrian access friendly. Can you talk about that a little more?
Paul, do you want to do that, or do you want me to?
And maybe if you can
Kick me
put
if I
up
miss
the
something.
maybe if you can put up the site plan slide while you discuss that. That one is, I think, helpful.
That's what I was trying to figure out which is the best, and this might be the best drawing. So as we've mentioned before, the France Avenue plan creates this strong new, I believe it's 10 or 12 foot wide bike and pedestrian path. 8 foot wide, I'm sorry, bike and pedestrian path. And so part of our intent was to say, how do we link this west new sidewalk? There's no sidewalk on the west edge of the property today, just France Avenue. There's a bus stop, but no sidewalk to it in the middle of our site, by the way. So we thought that was odd. So with the strong pathway that's here, and what we know is lots of pedestrian use on the promenade, today there is what we might politely call a cow path. An informal pedestrian path where neighbors walk across the back corner of the site. There isn't a sidewalk there. And so what we've imagined is a more formal walkway here. I would suspect that once we finish, there's discussions around this water feature. There may be some sort of pavilion or kind of gate that invites people from the promenade across the site. We've tried to bring them through what is a green space here to what could be some sort of public art or open space here. We haven't thought through that very carefully yet at this preliminary level. Come along another green space, and then either cross here or provide crossing back here, or using stop signs at this intersection provide safe crossing here. So I think we've got a few different alternatives to get people across to what is then this covered walkway across the front of the store and to that seating area that's here. So, we have an option to do seating here. We've thought about some benches or bike racks here, possibility to do something that emulates that seating experience here, and then working with your city staff to figure out how we link to the promenade. But our thought was to create a few of these wayfinding points through the site that run east-west. We've been encouraged to think about a sidewalk along the south edge of the site. I think that that's appropriate, though I don't know how much use it'll get. The residents will probably be using this courtyard or driving out here. So I don't know how much pedestrian activity we've got there, but the sidewalk is there. We've also followed the city sidewalk that is along the north side of the road. So again, created this pedestrian grid through the site, north, south, and east-west, to link points that today aren't linked.
Mm-hmm. I guess I would just say, as you take this to the next level, you described the surface parking as being somewhat underparked relative to the retail square footage. Mm-hmm. If you were to reduce that a few parking spaces more by getting rid of some of those parallel park spots and emphasizing those paths, particularly going east to west for people on foot, that wouldn't bother me to fall a few more spaces shorter. And then the other question, you've got a great page on sustainability issues here. I'd like to try and nail you down to some more specifics. I mean, you cite a specific number of electric car charging stations and some bicycle parking very clearly. Everything else is fuzzy.
Well, and you'll understand that we're in the midst of pricing this development as we come for preliminary development approval as well. And so we have had lots of discussions and ideas about things that we would all like to see included in the development. We're just hesitant to commit before we get pricing completed. But hopefully we'll have that by the time we're here for final development approval as well. But excuse me? But the idea is to get bicycle storage outdoors in association with the Byerly's building and outdoors in association with both other retail locations here and here. And then there would be bicycle storage within the apartment buildings and car charging stations that I'll let you talk about.
I just wanted to add that we hope to participate in the Excel Energy Design Assistance Program with the White Group too, which would look at the housing buildings and go through and systematically talk about things like fluorescent and LED lighting and energy efficiency, and that would get a little bit more to those decisions, and we'd work with the White Group on that.
Let me just stress that one of the other elements is that we continue to operate here a grocery sales floor that's essentially the same size as what we have today, but the building is 12,000 square feet smaller. So the energy consumption for the store alone will be dramatically reduced without having any impact on the customer. And so Byerly's is already looking at ways to be reducing energy consumption by using more efficient mechanical systems within the building. But again, just shrinking the footprint of the building, we think is a substantial contribution toward reduction in consumption of materials.
Have you considered pursuing LEED certification for any of the properties? Almost your whole bullet point list seems to be built off those standards.
I don't think that we've intend to get LEED certification. We've looked at that, and as you well know, in many situations you build to those standards, but the cost of getting the plaque on the door is a burden that doesn't necessarily have payback. But I think we're sensitive to the materials that are recommended through LEED and through some of the systems and designs that are there. So.
Commissioner Schroeder.
Well, I'd like to actually piggyback on a couple things Commissioner Potts started. So what you've done here is you've listed a bunch of things related to sustainability, but can you can you frame for us a target saying that these buildings will be a certain percentage better than a grocery store or an apartment building built in 1970 or 1980 or 1990? Something that we can actually compare to? Because
that's an interesting invitation. We haven't done that math, but we could look into that. I don't know. Maureen?
And I would just note, maybe not comparison to historical data, but the Excel program does go through and say we're gonna go with package A, which is 50% more efficient than a standard building of this size in these things, or we're going to go with package B that is 75% or C. And so we'll work through that for the housing portions as we go through that process.
So does that relate it then to energy code? Can you tell us the target better than energy code that you'd be targeting for?
That's what we would go, when we go through that process with Excel and White Group, we would be looking at that, and we haven't done that yet.
So that's what you could bring back to us, and you could demonstrate, instead of just telling us a bunch of things, we would actually have a measurable goal that somehow we could be holding you to in our approval?
Yeah, we'd have to talk about timelines for that, because we do need to be quite far down the path with design, and I haven't done the investigation of how that coincides with the plan review process.
I appreciate that. I just lots of developers come to us and tell us they're going to do things like bike racks. It's like so big deal, or they're going to do some enhanced stormwater management, which our watershed district probably requires you to do things that are far beyond what you would have done before anyway. I'd actually like to get something in terms of energy that's actually measurable, so that we can see that you're actually doing things compared to a code or a standard that everybody else in Edina would have to be starting with.
I would say on the grocery side, we'd be happy to work on something like that with some of the more recent stores. I think we have a way to maybe do some comparisons. So comparing some of the more recently built stores to some of the older stores, we might be able to find some metrics, and if we're able to do so, I'll try to get those back to you.
I think that'd be helpful. I mean, we struggle with this. We don't actually know if you actually come back to us with a measurable goal and you don't achieve it. We don't have a mechanism for undoing a PUD approval yet, but we might think about it. I also want to echo a few other things that Commissioner Potts started. This site to me, in terms of pedestrian movement, it's just a bunch of sidewalks. There's no hierarchy. There's no sense of strong connection. You mentioned a few kind of isolated points, but there's no hierarchy to me, and there's also no sense of kind of the design of the experience you'd have in that walk. As you come in, any one of these walks, you don't have like substantial terminal views. The views aren't framed to store entries, and even some of the walkways that you'd come in. If you look at like the east side of Building C, and that's a major entry for this development. The east side at street level is abysmal. I mean, there's nothing there. There's a ramp going down the garage. There's nothing there in that facade. And I actually think when you look at coming into the other entrance on Hazelton, and I think we make comparison to what happened, what was constructed at Whole Foods, I see this loading dock as being completely different. And for those of us who are used to going to Byerly's, sometimes we find that going out the back entry is a more efficient way to get around the congestion at the main entry of the existing Byerly's. And we see there are semi-trailer trucks parked back there often. It's not a pleasant experience. And so I imagine those things happening at your major entry, one of your major entries off of Hazelton. I know that we talked a lot about, you talked a lot about, and Carrie reflected the discussions you had with City Council about pulling the building up to France Avenue. And the one thing that I see that's an advantage in that is that we get a major entry to the building right on France Avenue. Beyond that, I don't get it. I don't know why we're doing this. I don't see a major urban design advantage to having that building with two long, nicely articulated facades, but it's basically a long blank facade. I don't know what else we get out of that. I'll stop and let others jump in. There's some other things we could come back to, but I'll stop there for now.
Commissioner Platter.
One thing I was thinking, and I don't know, along the France Avenue and the Hazelton, or even that corner, that prominent corner at France and Hazelton, and I know you're going to hate this, but not necessarily a store entrance there, but some type of glazing or looking into the stores or clerestories along those pieces. I mean, look at your store that was done right down on Hennepin Avenue. I mean, that you can see within that whole store a lot of it the whole time, so it can be done. And I'm not necessarily getting, that's a much more urban store, but what experience are you bringing to Hazelton and France as you bring that forward besides a big wall? Can we do something that also embraces, some kind of glazing, lighting, something going on there, both getting into the store and what you see from the outside of that? So, it's just it's a corner. It's not a great corner. I mean, it could be a great corner, but it is a very prominent corner. But what else are you doing there besides kind of putting a sign tower there? That's what I see. That's all I see there today.
So let me jump in at this point. I think we're starting to understandably stray from the questions to the comments, and I want to kind of gather more information and hear from the public before we kind of dive too deep into that. So don't go anywhere. But what I would like to do next is hear from the traffic consultant, if he or she is here. And we've received, so there's a traffic impact analysis, and Carrie and Wayne, maybe you can help me out on this. We had one in our packet, but then we had a copy here today, so can somebody explain to me what the difference is?
Yeah, Chair and Commissioners, what you've been given is an update of the, I believe the traffic study was from January, which was a draft study, and then this is the final draft or the final studies that you have in hand that should be dated February 22nd.
And Wayne, maybe you can explain now, how does this all get arranged with the traffic consultant? Whose traffic consultant is this? How is this? Or Carrie, maybe you can.
I'll have Carrie do that.
This is the city's traffic consultant. What we typically do on these development projects, we don't necessarily have one specific consultant that we have to go with every time. We often see WSB just because of all the work and history that they've done, but not always. So we leave that up to the applicant. And so once they select a consultant, we then, along with the city engineer and the applicant, prepare a scope of the work that we need done in the study. The city finalizes that. We get that estimate, and then the applicant pays the city, and then the city hires the consultant. So the traffic consultant is working for the city.
Okay. So with all that introduction, welcome. Can you introduce yourself? And
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Steve Manhart, M-A-N-H-A-R-T. I am a senior transportation engineer with RLK Incorporated, 6110 Blue Circle Drive in Minnetonka. I do not have a formal presentation for you this evening. but I am willing to answer and address any questions or concerns you may have.
The one thing that I would I ask Kerry to do, and I think he passed along to Wayne and perhaps to you, Mr. Manhart, is prepare this kind of side-by-side chart that was on our desk tonight. I don't know if that can be projected on the screen or if we have if you want to put one on the projector table. As I went through your report, I was looking for a way to side-by-side compare from year to year to year, and this chart that was prepared, I thought, did a nice job of that. And I don't, necessarily want to go through it line by line, but this seemed to be the guts of the kind of levels of service projections that you had gone through. And if you can give us, I think what might be helpful is if you can give us a little bit of a sense of what do you do when you're asked to do a traffic impact analysis in this kind of situation, and what are the goals and the things you're trying to accomplish?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chair. What we typically do is work with the city or the agency, learn what existing conditions are out there, go out and do traffic counts at the critical intersections. In this particular instance, we realized that an AM peak hour traffic count would not be as applicable as other times of the day, specifically PM peak hour and the weekend. We looked at the Saturday midday count out there as well as the PM. We talked with we found out from the city what other developments. Mr. Houle was kind enough to share with us information of other nearby developments that were going on. So we were able to incorporate those counts, those impacts, those future impacts into our analysis. We projected 1% growth on the background condition and projected that traffic growth throughout a network that was selected.
So when you say background condition, you mean just if nothing were to happen, there would just be a natural 1% growth per year?
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, given the recent state of the traffic conditions within the Twin Cities, that's fairly aggressive. We've actually seen some smaller or lower percentages of growth, but in terms of trying to hopefully see a change and improvement in economic conditions and growth throughout the Twin Cities, we projected a 1% growth per year. And that's what we used to come up with our background conditions for the no-build conditions. So we were wanting to compare a no-build condition for future growth if the conditions stayed the same for the existing store and what would happen to the traffic in the area, and compared that to what would happen with the store during the various times of the growth that was talked about earlier, plus a 2030 growth projection. So we looked at the short term, the two phases of development added to it, being the short term, and then the long term once the additional traffic evolves throughout the area.
So if you look at the chart that's being projected, you've got an existing, then you've got a 2015 no build.
Correct.
So that would be including your 1% background assumption.
That is correct.
Then a 2015 build, does that assume phase 1?
Yes.
And then 2016 build is the phase 2?
Yes, and that's only a year differently from the no build. So we could have included that, but it basically would have been the same as the 2015 no build.
And then the 2016 build with restaurant, is it an assumption that phase 2 includes a restaurant?
No, we were asked to assume some sort of development on the property to the east.
The adjacent property.
And we chose basically a mirror image of what was there right now. And then assumed what that would be and what that might do to the network. And then we looked at the 2030 no build and the 2030 build with the future developments.
So when you do something like a restaurant, is there a big thick manual back in your office that you go and you flip open to page 2700 and it has restaurants and this many seats, and how does that work?
Exactly. We've got the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, and we have a vast array of land uses that we can choose from and look at the trip generation rates that are provided in that based on different types of land use. In this case, we looked at the supermarket, and we looked at the various types of retail that might go in there. We assumed some general retail, and then we assumed the different types of, well, in this case, we assumed a mid-rise apartment rate for these. And so we added those all together. We also looked at the shared trips or the internal capture trips, what might happen.
So what is internal capture?
In other words, if a pedestrian were to go from the apartment complex to the Byerly's, that's one trip. So that would be deducted from the vehicular trips.
Because someone's not coming from off-site and parking their car. It might be somebody who has their car down in the lower level of the apartment building and they're walking over to the Byerly's.
Precisely.
All right.
Precisely.
And then these level of service grades, it looks like it's an A through an F.
Correct.
And so help us understand what that all means.
Certainly. A is basically free flow conditions. F is basically gridlock. Level of service D is in many cases considered to be the metro norm as to what is the least accepted level of service. So anything E or F for the overall intersection is considered a non-acceptable condition. Now, certain particular movements in an intersection may have a level of service E or F.
So for instance, on this chart, if you just took the 2015 no build at France Avenue and Hazleton right at the top, it says B, but then after it says F-SBLT. So what does that mean?
I'm showing that, attempting to show here anyway, that particular movement, the southbound left turn, is experiencing during the PM peak hour, and that's what we're looking at here, a level of service F condition for that one movement of that intersection. There are queuing problems.
So coming south on France, turning left onto Hazleton, you're going to be locked up there.
At certain times of the day, yes.
Okay.
And in this case, it's a PM peak hour.
And then throughout the rest of that.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Other questions for Mr. Manhart? Commissioner Potts.
Just to try and add to what you're getting at, Kevin, I think looking at the other intersections here, so that level of service C, but an F for a left-bound turn matches the current or the 2015 no-build condition at Hazleton and New York.
So right now.
So, right.
Or
under, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Because that's sort of the key. Everybody's dumping out onto Hazleton and going either to York or France and, and trying to turn.
But this particular movement that you're talking about at Hazleton and York, we were consistently seeing problems northbound and in that left turn bay. It's the northbound left turn from York, northbound York, to westbound Hazleton. Now we did not analyze all of the conditions of Target and the shopping center to the south and all of those different things that may be happening there. We were looking at the traffic conditions specifically at that intersection as the easterly node of our study.
Right, and so I'm just trying to identify something comparable right now that we can all picture in our mind as we project it forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Commissioner Grable.
Just so I understand, for example, taking that example, northbound left turn there at Hazleton, New York, if it's at F, does that mean, if I'm in that line, does that mean I'm not going to get through in one light cycle? Is that what an F is, or what is an F?
Yeah, typically that would be a condition that one might see in a level of service F condition. Mr. Hool might be able to share anything else with that as well, but I would think that, yes, that would be typically a condition, or traffic may be backed up into the through lane of northbound York at certain times of the day.
Which would mean I wouldn't get through.
Possibly not. But there are mitigation things that might be able to be done, and those could be tested and possibly, the city might be able to find some recommendation for improving that.
Wayne, did you want to chime in on that?
That's essentially what that's happening with, on that particular movement. The queuing length is 136 feet, I believe it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's I'm on the wrong one. But anyway, what they look at is the queuing length and what you actually have out in the field. And if the queuing length for that particular movement or that time of day that they're looking at, if that's larger than that, then it triggers more time spent out on the road trying to get to the phasing of the lights. So a lot of cases, if we were to extend that queue length, or maybe if in some cases we've looked at double lefts to get the vehicles onto the side streets. So there's some mitigation things that we can do on the main roadways to bring up, I guess, the level of service up to a C or D to get it off the F.
Commissioner Forrest, did you have a follow-up?
I had a couple of questions, and one was it has to do with Hazelton Road. There were a couple of points in here where it mentions that it would be a 3-lane configuration, and it's currently a 4-lane. Is that right? So there are planned changes for Hazelton?
Yes, Commissioner Forrest and Commissioners, we're actually have been analyzing, aside from this traffic study. The traffic study has actually helped out for the numbers on Hazelton Road to look at potentially making that a 3-lane roadway that you'd have some left turns on it. Part of the county, not really negotiation, but talking to the county and trying to get approval of the right in, right out, is that the westerly entrance that's congested today could not be a full movement intersection. So that would mean that it would have to be a right in, right out by the loading dock. So that's what you see on the plans. So doing so, we're looking at the easterly entrance is enhancing that easterly entrance. And so part of the traffic studies was to do an evaluation of that intersection to see if it would meet warrants for a traffic signal at this time or maybe a roundabout. So it's the same analysis that we did when we looked at the Target and the Weston. If you recall, those were coming in at the same time up on 70th Street, and that's what kind of steered us toward the roundabouts up on 70th Street, because on that particular one, it didn't meet warrants for a traffic signal until quite a few years after they were fully operational. So that's what we wanted to look at. This is to see when would it meet a traffic signal, if at any time. So right now, if you go further with this, with the approval process on it, then we'll go further with a bigger analysis, if not a feasibility study on Hazelton Road to really dial in on what we should be putting onto Hazelton Road as far as traffic signals, 3 lanes, or a roundabout on that area.
I'm just a little confused, the rationale for changing it to 3 lanes in particular?
One for the 3 lanes, to change it off to a 3-lane is one, if you're making some left turn movements, especially if you're looking at the Route de France, is to keep them as a like a 3/4 movement on that westerly entrance, is that you need a left turn bay. So then, without expanding the curb lines, you have to take up the room in the middle. The other item, when you're looking at it, is we looked at the traffic on Hazelton Road, and it can sustain a 3-lane section versus a 4-lane section. So we can reduce it down like we did on 70th down to a single lane in each direction. And if we carry that past the promenade, even though we have the promenade crossing lit up, when you press the pedestrian buttons and everything all lights up, we still have issues with people stopping for people in the crosswalks. So if we can reduce that down to a single lane, create a safe haven in the middle, it's going to make that pedestrian and bike crossing a lot safer.
Well, and further down the road, too, there's some areas where a turn lane would be handy as you go further east. And then my other question was, on Section 4 of, I guess it was the first part. Anyway, page 7 in our packet 1 and page 8 probably, or maybe it's still page 7 in the new one. You have the trip generation estimates for the existing Byerly site, and I was just wondering if that is in line with what really is there, because these were the estimates, and I'm just wondering if the Byerly's people have looked at this and if they find it's it's in the ballpark, or maybe you have a lot more people coming or a lot fewer, I don't know.
Those trip generation, Madam Commissioner, those trip generation rates were taken directly out of the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, and they reflected an average per 1,000 square foot building. I don't know whether any analysis was done.
We've never done a traffic count there. I'm sorry to say we don't have that data. We'd be estimating.
Or if there's a way of even just, based on customer numbers, which you must have some estimates of those, and, kind of coming up with some, I'm just wondering, because when you get all these estimates of based on nationwide numbers, it can vary a lot when you look at a particular area. So I was just wondering if they're really in the ballpark.
I can add, though, that our traffic analysis, our actual traffic analysis, was based on actual counts that we did out at those two intersections in Hazleton and the other areas, those other intersections within our study area. So those weren't generated out of any manual. Those were actual counts taken in the field.
Thanks.
Commissioner Platter.
So maybe I think I have two questions here. One's maybe more of a comment, but I think what I hear you're saying is even with this new project, Hazleton can go to 3 lanes. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, that's exactly right. I mean, if you look at the Byerly sites today, they essentially have one main entrance and then one backup entrance, or the one that other commissioners use and I use when I go there to get out. So when you look at it on their proposed site, you're splitting it up to 4 entrances. So with one or 2 of them as right in, right outs, and 2 full entrances at Gallagher, and then on the easterly entrance. So when you're distributing that traffic off of Hazleton Road and pushing it more onto France Avenue to the south, you look at the numbers for Hazleton Road and it can support the 3-lane.
So then what is, I guess, what's your, there's a lot of information here, almost too much, but so what's really your summary of this traffic impact of this site, or what's proposed here? I understand Hazleton, but how about France too? What does it take that all, does it take it from a B to a C or anything, or are we, can you provide a summary of what this does overall to the area, not necessarily this specific spot, but if you take Hazleton and France together, what does it do to those areas?
The way I look at it when I've read the study is that it comes down to 3 movements that really need to be looked at, and 2 of them are off the site essentially. So you have the southbound left at Hazleton that we just talked about on France Avenue that has issues today and will continue to have issues. You have the northbound left at York and Hazleton, which is virtually a block away or so, that has issues today and will continue to have issues. So as we look at York Avenue, we should come up with some mitigation issues over there, for future projects. And then you also have the westbound left at Gallagher. So as we redesign that intersection, we'll have to take that into account, that westbound left, to see if we can get more movement through that intersection. Because if we can't, then it's going to discourage people from going through the parking lot and using that signal as a southbound movement.
You said the westbound?
I believe it's westbound left turn at Gallagher and France.
So France and Gallagher, it looks like it's the southbound.
So coming out of Pinstripes then, right?
Yes, so up between Macy's and the district, yes. Yeah.
Actually, excuse me, Mr. Chair and Mr. Hool, what I was referring to as southbound left was at France and Gallagher, and that's southbound on France, turning left into the Macy's Pinstripes area.
Yeah.
Those
are the 3. Those are the 3 that have Fs.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on the traffic study? I'm mindful of the clock, and I want to make sure members of the public have a chance to kind of give us their thoughts. I would like, however, before we hear from the public, because I think this is helpful context for the public as well as the commission, Wayne, if you can give us a quick overview of what's happening on France Avenue in terms of the city's efforts to, if you can give us kind of the background on why we're doing this, how this came about, and what it is we're looking at. I think it's relevant to our consideration of a substantial site on the Byerly's on France Avenue.
Yes, Chair and Commissioners, this is a very similar presentation that we gave to the Transportation Commission last Thursday on our France Avenue project. This is a project that actually initiated with actually some federal funds that we actually applied for a grant for some federal funds for actually a bridge at 72nd in France. After it sat there for a while, the Transportation Commission, and the City Council and staff looked at it and said, do we really want a bridge, or do we want to improve the at-grade crossings along France so we can get more people further up and down France across France Avenue?
So we had a grant that would have paid for a pedestrian bridge over France Avenue at 72nd Street.
Right.
And instead of following up on that, we said, well, wait a minute, that takes care of one pinch point. So the Transportation Commission and the Council said, let's look at the whole stretch from 66 to 76th?
That's correct, yep.
Okay.
Yep. So what I'm going to show you is where we're at with that project. So actually about a year ago, the city went to the Met Council, who actually appropriates those funds. It's $1 million, a federal grant that we have, to change the scope and then change the sunset date, because we were rubbing up against the sunset date a year ago to get the project done. So what we were looking at is 3 major intersections: West 76th Street, 70th Street, and 66th Street, and then also to connect the sidewalk on the easterly side of France Avenue. For some reason, there hasn't been an installation of sidewalks along the easterly side. So this project is to fill in the gaps between 76th Street and 66th Street with a 8-foot wide sidewalk. So part of the project was on France Avenue was to narrow the lanes. Right now they're about 12 to 13 feet wide. Narrow them down to 11 foot wide, which is what we refer to as state aid standards. Widen and landscape the medians on France Avenue, especially at the 3 major intersections. Enhance the pedestrian crosswalks, and then also enhance the intersection corner treatments. And I'll explain what a biscuit planter is in a minute. And then it's nothing to do with food, but and then we also have traffic signal improvements at those intersections. One is to really to pick up the pedestrian movements, help locate where the pedestrians are, and actually the cyclists that are on the roadway. Put some detectors in that will recognize the cyclists, especially the east-west movements, so they don't have to leave the roadway and go up and push the PED button to activate a traffic signal. This is an example that I have of what we're doing up on the Southdale area. Is to essentially what we're doing is pulling the south curb or the east curb line to the west and providing a boulevard area. And by narrowing up the drive lanes, we're able to do that, and then putting in this sidewalk through here. And we have a couple changes on the entrances going into Southdale. Overall, the intersections, on the 3 intersections where they have a free right, is that we're removing the free right. And this is kind of tough to see on this one, but there's up in this corner there's a free right, so we're moving the corner out. What you see in yellow is actually just concrete replacement. It'll stay flat. There's nothing going to be built there. And then we're putting in 10-foot wide crosswalks that are white on black. A typical crosswalk is only about 6 feet wide in the metro area. So these are wider sidewalks. It really kind of punches out that there's a crosswalk there. And then I have another slide here that will show essentially the blow up of this corner. So at the corner, we're actually bringing back the crossings a little bit, so that so somebody's not standing right on the corner, because there's been issues with buses and the trailing wheels of coming up and over the corner makes it unsafe. And so we're actually installing these biscuit planters, and where that comes from, if you're a woodworker and you're doing joinery, there's biscuit joineries, I believe that's what Michael can correct me on this one, but that's where the biscuits come from. It's basically a corner planter is what it is. part of these biscuit planters is to provide some type of a seating area on the inside of the planter, so if somebody's waiting there, they can sit down and wait and kind of create more of a, we're trying to create this urban environment too, or urban design for this, which I'll cover in just a little bit. And then as we're proceeding along the corridors is provide a wider sidewalk that'll, so we would have a wider sidewalk that 8 foot wide, would score it a little bit differently than a normal sidewalk. We're proposing a diagonal type scoring that would actually be saw cut. So if you're in a wheelchair or pushing a stroller, or if you could bike on the sidewalk, is that you wouldn't have that thump going across the joints of it. Similar to the same design that we're using for our dedicated bike lanes, like on 70th Street, where we put in the 5 foot bike lanes that are concrete. We've been working with the Byerly's folks for quite a while on this right in, right out. And so we actually have kind of a duplicate plans that are on our project that shows the right in, right out. Since this hasn't been approved by the City Council, we have not submitted this plan to the state for approval. And we have a March 31st deadline to have everything approved. So what would happen is if the approvals are gained for the Byerly's project, is that we would then insert this into our plans probably in May or June or whenever it goes through the approval process, and incorporate this into our overall plans. What we're looking at for the right in, right out is actually to bring the sidewalk up through, create a boulevard area down below, and then as somebody stated that there's a retaining wall through this area here, and so the retaining walls would be redone to accommodate the sidewalk, because from this corner you're going to have to come up towards the Byerly's, so we have an at-grade entrance with the sidewalk, and then comes back down and then crosses the entrance here and then off to the south. To prevent people from coming out of this area here is and going northbound, and to keep them from basically cutting across all the traffic to get in this left turn lane and make a U-turn, is that we'd put in a concrete median here to get them further up the roadway so that they would not make that movement, which is pretty dangerous, as you know, on France Avenue, to cut across 3 lanes of traffic. The schedule that we have is like I say, we've submitted our plans to the state for review. We're looking at a March 31st deadline on that to have everything approved. This includes easements along the way. There's 6 major property owners that have been working with to gather easements. We're actually asking all the 6 property owners to donate easements. So it's a huge deal, especially in the city of Edina with the price of land, to donate those easements. So we're going to, through the process, we'll come up with a recognition program on that. So you'll probably see more of that as far as recognizing the major landowners for donating the easements to make this possible. And we're looking at it as a partnership with all the adjoining property owners, just as we've been working with the Byerly's folks on this, and actually the Macy's folks for that right in, right out. The one aspect that we didn't submit to the state was the overall landscaping of the project. So what we're looking at is, and typically on a roadway project, you want to separate your landscaping from the roadway work, because the landscaping typically will have about a 3-year maintenance period. And a lot of general contractors don't like it when I hold at least 5% of their money for 3 years until the landscaping is completed. So we've separated that out, and when we're actually going to put together a task force of Transportation Commission members. I'm hoping tonight you'll bring up the getting a Planning Commission member or 2, Environmental Commission, City Council, and then some potential folks up and down the corridor to meet 3 times in March, April, and May to come up with an urban design component of this. And the urban design is really creating a space or a place up and down France Avenue. And it might be looking at decorative lighting, the scale of the lighting. If we put lighting up along the boulevards and maybe down the medians, what does that decorative lighting look like? What does the trees and the vegetation along the roadway look like? So we're going to work through that process in the next 3 months and then bid it out. And then the landscaping actually will be put in the spring of 2014, because when you're planting large overstory trees, there's typically the spring planting season is when you want to be doing that. So that's kind of in a nutshell what we have going on France Avenue.
Great. Thank you, Wayne. Any questions? Commissioner Forrest.
Is Metro Transit at all part of these discussions?
Absolutely. We have, actually a year ago last summer, we did a stakeholders group, and we had Metro Transit there also, along with businesses and residents and stuff around this corridor. And we've been talking with Metro Transit about their bus stops and are they in the right location. And the one at 72nd in France will actually be eliminated, because that's where the right turn right in is at that location. It's amazing that one works the way it does, because there's no sidewalks there, there's no crossing at that location. I've even seen people get off the bus, crawl up on the bus bench, crawl up on the retaining wall, and walk in towards the Byerly. So that'll actually get moved just to the north side of Hazelton Road, and then there'll be a bus stop actually just to the east of France on Hazelton Road that'll pick up the drop-offs and pickups for that stop. And part of that will be, the urban design will actually be looking at the bus stops and what type of facilities that we should put in, if we should put in bus shelters or benches, bike racks, those types of items. So,
okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thanks, Wayne.
Yep.
All right, so what I'd like to do, I'm mindful of the hour, and so I want to open this up to the public and folks who are here in the audience who'd like to comment on the application. Come on up, introduce yourself, and share your thoughts. Mr. Bohan.
My name is John, 100 Coventry Place. It's Centennial Lakes, North Pond. Been there for 17 years with my good wife, Janet. We have a vested interest in the community because of the location. I'd also suggest that for nearly 60 years we've been shopping at either Lund's or Byerly's. I don't know whether that helps or hurts. But I take exception to a representation that was made at this meeting that the project will not have an appreciable impact on traffic. That to me is just inconceivably impossible. The same statement was made at the development across from the Westin on the southeast corner of the current Southdale parking lot. A similar statement was made that development, we're going to have over 500 apartment units in these two developments. And I don't know whether you want to say 1.5 cars per apartment, I don't know, but that's a lot of cars. And to say that neither of these two projects is going to have an appreciable impact on traffic is not conceivable. I respect experts, but in this case, it doesn't smell right. Secondly, I understood from City Planner Teague that approval tonight would be tantamount to all but the final details of the project. Well, I hear questions about there's a setback on the promenade that was not has a variance requirement, and I don't understand why the promenade should be encroached upon by this project. Those are my two concerns for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bohan. Yes, sir. Come on up.
My name is Lenny Gitskin. I live at 7220 York. We're right behind Byerly's. I have a few questions and a few statements to make here. First of all, does the board have any standards for residential units being within a certain distance of the promenade? I know we're quite a ways from the promenade or Centennial itself. Now, would there be any requirements that the Byerly project would have to also be pushed back so that it doesn't encroach on that pathway or promenade? A couple other things. One of the areas in here, I think the 17th, 18th precinct, were probably already very saddled with density of people. Would have been at the November election, they would have seen the long lines, and that's without 200 and some more units being added to the mix. Furthermore, with the traffic problem, I had worked for Byerly's myself, and getting out onto Hazelton could be a disaster at times. You couldn't turn right, you couldn't turn left. And you're going to add more to the mix, you're going to have even a bigger problem. For myself and maybe some of the neighbors, I think there's a few people here wondering if this density and the way it's being created is going to hurt our property values. I mean, anytime you add more rentals, you're going to have problems with the density of people, perhaps more crime, maybe not. Another thing I didn't quite get from the back of your reading was that there's going to be a retail, and it looks to me they don't say exactly how many stores or what type of stores are going to be underneath those apartment buildings. And what I'm questioning is, are they creating another 50th in France right in the middle here next to Southdale? And Southdale also has a planning project, I think, for more units, the one right across from the Westin, as the gentleman had stated. And I don't know if that's going to come through or not, but those are my issues, and I'd like the board, the commissioners to check that out and really think about what this could create. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giskin. Those are good questions. We'll follow up on those. Other comments from the public? Come on up.
My name is Janet Bohan. I live at 800 Coventry Place. I'd just like to somewhat emphasize what my husband just spoke about the traffic. As I sat here and listened to the discussion of the traffic, I made a litany of projects that have gone on in the last probably 6-8 years. On the Pinstripes, the Westin, the CVS, the apartments at 69th and Xerxes, the Southdale apartments, the Whole Foods, the projected Starbucks in Centennial Plaza, Target expansion, YMCA expansion, and we've been here from almost all those discussions, and every time they say there's no impact. And yet, when you try to get onto France Avenue from Park Lawn, only one car, at the most two, can make a left turn going south on France with the light, because of the queue that forms there, and of course the traffic going north and south on France. I have a question, and that is, I didn't see or any in the layout of the Byerly's, is there going to be carry out now? I didn't see any place where there was pickup. So that's a question I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bohan. Other comments? Mr. Wolfson, welcome.
Nice to see you.
And you.
Thank you.
So if you're going to talk at the middle, you need the handheld, but if you don't need the table, then the sides are better.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm Bill Wolfson. I'm the representative of the owners of 3655 Hazelton Road. And I guess I know I got 3 minutes, and I can't say what I have to say in 3 minutes, so I'll just say I appreciate the process. I think you guys have brought up a lot of good points. I think they're coming out naturally. I think it's hard to process all this in a short period of time, and it seems like you guys have a lot to do today if this is really going forward. And so I guess I'll just hit my main concerns, which are only in context because of this proposed shared driveway. Otherwise, I'm obviously a supporter of the Lund's store primarily, and I guess I want to say that I've been brought into this because of this context, and so then I become critical of the parking ratios. I think that if the project didn't have any vertical density, you still have a parking ratio issue. And I think for viable businesses, Lunds themselves, everyone should be concerned with that variance for parking ratio. I have the same feeling about the traffic studies, that I can't imagine it's a neutral or a negligible effect from the additional density. Obviously, the screening of my property based on building C location, is troublesome to me or my future tenants, which is really my main concern. Losing my ingress egress, which nobody's mentioned. We have unfettered east-west access that we've had. And so the condition of potentially bringing Hazelton down to 3 lanes to basically accommodate turns lanes to facilitate this project, which is really what it is, seems like potentially a traffic issue. We have a Target on one end, a Byerly's on the other end, and we're going to consolidate this down to 3 lanes. Seems like we're trying to achieve a lot in a short period of time, and kind of set in stone an east-west corridor that may be necessary to have better traffic flow because of what's gone on. You've got Park Lawn, you've got 70th, you've consolidated your east-wests quite a bit, but you're increasing density in traffic. So I'm concerned about that too.
So just so I'm clear, Bill, you're talking about you have east-west now. What you're worried about is it turns in, it gets big enough, it needs a median, and then you can only go one way out?
I'm forced to tie into this project, correct. If I didn't tie into the project, if we mitigated that issue, then I'm losing an access point. And
because of the
proposed 3-lane, and then what would come with that is a turn lane or a median or a restricted traffic flow out of my site.
I'm just not getting it, so help me understand it.
And if you weren't as intimately tied into it as I'm forced to be, basically, if we do the signalized intersection that they're proposing or a roundabout, there will be a median in front of my property. And so I have to go to the east to exit, or I have to go in through this property. So when I come in through this property, then all these issues become my issues, which are parking, density, interior traffic flows, so that does my site function? Do I have a quiet enjoyment or other legitimate issues by a tenant of mine based on now my, access committed to this, which has, for obvious reasons, they don't have their interior traffic flows, traffic studies, traffic control mechanisms defined, all those things that I have questions about, and that I would care less about if I wasn't tied to the project. And okay. The city is kind of, predisposed that this is the proper location to ingress, egress the site, which, we've all followed their lead. My other concern is giving up that left out of, which would be the north westerly flow, which is the primary access out of Byerly's, to gain the right into France is a horse trade they're making with the county that, affects then people coming through our site and down towards our end of the property. So I guess it's a list of issues, the setback issues, the variance issues that are within the PUD are all, directly impacting our site more than we expected this project to from the preliminary design that was set forth previously.
Okay, thank you. And you presented a letter, or that we have a letter here. It looks like it was to Mr. Voss, but we've
it was my intention was to try to have this communication internally. We're not here to disrupt the process or anything like that, but obviously it just felt like it was necessary to make sure that everybody knew the context of the conversation and the issues. And like I said, I feel like most of these issues are coming out by the nature of the process. So that makes me feel a little bit better.
Okay. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you all.
Other members of the public that like to comment? Come on up. So the middle ones don't really work. If you want to set something up, otherwise you can do it right there.
Sorry.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Tabbert, also a resident of 7220 York, with in the same building with Mr. Getzkin, who raised the issue of property values at our building. We see that there will be a 6-story residential building possibly constructed to the west of our building. We are concerned about the height of the building and the consequences of a 6-story building to the west of us. We note that the elevation of that property is higher than our building. We note that the height, the height of our building in its west section is 4 stories. So to have a 6-story building constructed next to, well, on the other side of, but basically still next to our building with the 4-story section and constructed at a higher elevation, that just about swallows up, we think, a significant amount of daylight and sunlight that now streams into that west section of 4 stories in our building. That's our concern. Thank you.
Other members of the public that would like to comment? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. There were some questions asked in this process. So let me set the traffic ones aside. That was a kind of a theme. One question, Carrie, that got asked, do we have standards for residential within certain distance of the promenade? And there were setback kind of, I think one of the categories of questions was what our regulations are for setback from the promenade. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, the setback requirement there is based on the height of the building, which at that spot is 79 feet. So it would need a 79-foot setback, and the proposal is for a 32-foot setback.
And that's basically treating the promenade similar. Is it similar to what the setback would be from one of the streets?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Platter.
So Kerry, just on some previous projects, the goal was to get housing next to the promenade, though, right? What was the distance on some of those? Were they similar, or, I know when the Target came in, for example, there was trying to get housing on the back of that. What was the distance there? Do you recall?
It would have been that same standard based on the height.
But I think those were proposing a much, not as tall, so the setback wouldn't have to be. Basically, the setback is the height.
I would just make it the context of what the vision is along that promenade.
Yes.
The comprehensive plan contemplates, you might recall, that podium height where you had maybe 2-3 stories on the promenade, and then it would step back. Have more height in the middle of the site.
Mrs. Bohan asked a question about carry-out pickup at the Byerly's. Can the applicant shed any light on what the plan is there?
Yes, I should have said as part of my presentation that parcel pickup is part of this design. There is a covered parcel pickup area where cars can pull underneath a roof and be loaded with.
Yeah, if we can
be loaded with groceries. Yeah, it's right in.
If we can get that site plan up again, maybe you can help us identify. I think that's probably a different.
Parcel pickup happens right here, is that drive, so cars.
Oh, I see.
Pull in the parcel pickup and then out.
So there's where that dotted line is a kind of canopy over the parcel pickup.
That's right.
Okay.
And the canopy itself shows up here.
Sure. Okay.
So that's the parcel pickup area.
Thank you. Some other questions then, setting aside, one of the questions that I think Mr. Getzkin raised was what type of retail? Any ideas about how many or what type or what we're talking about?
Right now, we imagine about 10,000, 11,000 square feet in each of the two buildings. We haven't begun leasing. We've been contacted by a number of retail users that are interested in exactly what you'd expect in a strip mall setting. Every mobile phone store in town would like to be there. We might do one.
Right.
We don't intend to do a lot of restaurants. We'd like to be the provider of food, but there may be the occasional fast casual, maybe a noodles or a punch pizza or something like that.
Sure.
But again, people that stay long in the parking lot conflict with the other retail uses and the grocer, so we're sensitive to that mix. So we're working on that.
And I assume your floor plate is a flexible floor plate so that you can figure out how to
We
provide
have a
the
depth
square
of
footage you need to.
65 feet. The retail space is a 65-foot to 75-foot? 60-foot, I'm sorry, a 60-foot depth. And then across the front, we can cut whatever width makes
So you'll have
sense.
the same level of flooring, and it's just a
Right.
matter of how big a footprint they want.
Yeah, how much glass they want along the front.
Okay.
So.
One of the things Mr. Wolfson brought up was this whole business of the ingress egress on the westerly Hazelton Road access. So can you talk a little bit about that, and then in conjunction with the France Avenue, is that a package deal, or is Wayne the right person to talk about that?
I think so.
I'll give it a shot here.
Okay.
Chair and Commissioners, when you look at that westerly entrance today, even in the traffic study, it's an F, I believe, for that movement coming out of there, that left turn during the PM and on Saturdays. So peak movement. So
left turn out of the Byerly's parking lot, going west onto Hazelton.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So when you put that into that context, you're really not giving that up because you're congested there anyway. You're almost in a lot of cases the queuing is really long at that location. So by moving, splitting up the opportunities for the customers and the travelers on that site to go many different directions, if they want to go northbound on France or southbound on France, or westbound, you can't really go across France Avenue because it kind of sort of dead ends a block away or so, or to get into the westerly neighborhood. But so the way I look at it is you're better off not having that movement. The other thing is that if we were to signal it or roundabout that intersection, it becomes too close to France Avenue. And so we're looking at the westbound movement on Hazelton Road to go south on France, the queuing lengths that we need to keep that at a decent level of service go almost past that entrance. So that's from my as a city engineer and traffic perspective, I think this is a good idea to remove that movement from that entrance. I wonder if I could touch a little bit on the overall traffic for the greater Southdale area, if I could.
Have at it.
Okay. When we put together the comprehensive plan a number of years ago, we did a transportation study model of the whole city, and of the southeast part of the city, all the way from 100 south of from the crosstown, and about 100 or the industrial area to the southeast, we did a more detailed traffic model. And so we studied all the intersections and studied the land uses of those, and we put it into a traffic model itself. So anybody that comes in, like RLK, that looks at this, they take that model and then they input what the new development is. And through over the last few years since we did the comprehensive plan, we've actually kept up that model. So even like the 6500 France, that traffic study is inputted into that model already, so that anything that's coming along, they can just input it in. And so when you're looking at some of these movements and some of these major intersections that they've studied, it really looks like that this is not doing much to it, but incrementally over time, these will have some effect but it offsets it when you have that inflation factor, the 1% that you're putting in through like the 2030, and that's why I had them look at the 2030, because I wanted to see what does this do compared to our comprehensive plan. That 1% over years is pretty steady, but as you put these developments in, they're going to jump around, but basically that line will probably come out to 1% over time through that area. So it's for most folks, it's really hard to comprehend that by putting 240 units or whatever in on a development doesn't have any effect. Over time it'll have an effect, but then just regular increase in traffic will have that effect also. But that increase in traffic over time comes back to these different developments that we're doing. It's not that we're putting more people coming in from the outside into these areas for the traffic. It's you're adding developments that take into account that inflation of the 1%, or some cases 1.5% that we used to use before the crash.
So, but I thought Mr. Bohan's question was a good intuitive one. How can you add whatever 240 units here, 500 units at the corner of York and 69th, and not change things? I mean, isn't that going to impact the traffic?
You're changing things, but on a very small scale that aren't showing up when we analyze the intersections, look at the level of service.
Because there's so many cars more than that going through.
That's right. There's
that's
so much
the proverbial drop in the bucket.
Yeah, there's so much capacity on those systems that you're not triggering or going over the peak on these level of services.
Mr. Manhart still here? Anything to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. No, I think Mr. Houle did a great job on that. I think that the one thing that we have to remember is, as was said earlier, we're allowing several more opportunities for traffic to disperse with this new development. We're not just looking at the two access points up on Hazleton. So with all of these other access points now being provided, the traffic will be able to ingress and egress the site, many more opportunities, and thus have less constricted flow at those like that one westerly intersection. Also, we're looking at possible different times of the day where some of these uses will have a peak. The land uses for the residential may have a peak in the morning and not as much during some of the other times of the day. It'll also have a PM peak as people come back home to work. But, traffic will be dispersing at different times of the day for the different types of the uses.
Okay. Other questions on the traffic? Thank you, Mr. Manhart.
Thank you.
One of the issues that Mr. Wolfson raised was this business of parking ratios. Carrie, we've had some discussions about that. Do you have anything to add to that? My instinct is we have very generous parking standards, almost too generous, and we tend to have a lot of empty parking lots around. And how does that impact this scenario?
We do, and it's the retail parking that where it's not met by code, based on all the square footage of the retail users in there. 357 stalls is required by our code. They're providing 314, and again, it's kind of that shared parking arrangement on the site. And again, a parking study was done along with the traffic study, and RLK concluded that the site could function properly at 314 stalls.
Commissioner Schroeder?
I have a question about that, and I don't know exactly how the trip generation manual compares a Byerly's that's been in a location for a long time and has developed a certain customer base, and we're using a trip generation number based on a square footage of 59,359 according to the traffic impact analysis. But the new store will be something like 47,000 square feet. Does that mean that when you take all that, when you put all that together, we're expecting Byerly's to lose customers when they put in a smaller store? I don't think that's going to happen. I think there'll be just as many customers. And I'd be interested to know if, in fact, Byerly's is projecting to build a smaller store because they're not expecting to have as many customers when they rebuild. If they are expecting to have as many customers, then we should be using a different parking number. Or our parking numbers today are dramatically out of whack, and we shouldn't be using 5 per thousand as the standard to compare to figure out if we need a variance.
We actually require over 5 per thousand. Looking, right. I guess I would ask our consultant to come up and talk about the numbers that he looked at in doing that analysis.
We did look at the trip generation rates that were projected by the ITE trip generation manual, and we did compare those with the land or the square footages that were provided to us. I would say, and I understand the issue, and I appreciate that. I think one thing that we need to remember is now we're incorporating the opportunity for shared trips or internal capture trips. So we may not have as much parking requirement or trip generation requirement from a vehicular nature than we would have from everyone having to drive to and from the site.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up on that question?
Please.
Because if you actually look at the trip generation with the 60,000 square foot existing condition, or 59,359,
right?
You have 6,069 trips per day for a weekday. But in the future condition with a 52,500 square foot store, which is different than you're using in the parking calculation, we have 5,420 trips per day per weekday. So that's a difference of about 600, but we only have 240 apartment units. So we don't have that many. It's not possible that those 240 apartment units are generating 600 trips to the grocery store. So there's a difference. There's a gap there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner. Apartments will generate approximately 8 or 9 trips per day. That's trips to it and trips away from it. That's one of the ITE numbers, the rates that are used.
But I was only looking at the numbers that you have in your traffic study for the supermarket.
Okay.
And I wasn't comparing it to the total traffic. I was only using the line for the supermarket. And it suggests that we have, with a smaller store in the future, we have 600 trips per day less on the weekday. And even more than that, 700 or so, more than 700 in the, actually it's closer to 1,200 on the weekend. So there's a big difference. We go to a smaller store and we're generating less trips, but I just don't know if that's the case with the Byerly's that has an established customer base. And I guess it's not a question of traffic, it's a question of Byerly's. Do they expect to lose that many customers a day by building a smaller store?
From a traffic perspective, I was given the task of looking at the trip generation, and that's what I did. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Potts.
Just to take that issue to the broader level, I think for Mr. Houle on the stress to our overall system as we continue to densify here. And I guess first thing when I get home, I'm going on Amazon and getting one of these traffic generation manuals.
Just in case you can't sleep at night.
Right. Just wondering, you mentioned having a model, which I assume is tied into the GIS database of trip generations. Is that based solely on square footage calculations, or do we go out and check that with what's actually happening in Edina with our own conditions? I think that's part of what's at the root of what Commissioner Schroeder's asking.
Yep. When we set up the model, we actually they actually did do intersection evaluations and calibrated the model to that. So similar to all our other models that I have for our infrastructure, I have one for water and sanitary sewer and storm sewer, and in all those cases we go out and do, like on the water system, which we plug in these developments into those models also to make sure that it's not overtaxing the pipes and the sewers can handle the extra flows coming in. And when we set up those models, we actually went out and, like on the water model, we actually went out and test flowed the fire hydrants and, for pressures and flows and such, and then went back and made sure that it calibrated to the model itself. So similar to on the traffic, we did the same thing when we set that up. I'm anticipating that actually having the capital improvement program or the plan for this coming summer is to relook at that model for the greater Southdale area and make sure that it continues to be calibrated, and that we actually even add looking at other modes of transportation like bicycle activities and transit and pedestrian movements into that area. Yep.
Commissioner Platter.
I just have a comment on retail parking overall in general. There is a trend to reduce from 5 per thousand to 4 per thousand. So it's a little bit different than what you're saying. I understand your point, but I'm just saying in general that 5 per thousand is found over time that it's too much in many cases, and that's why you see these huge parking lots out there, and you see a lot of actually redevelopment within those parking lots now, or trying to do out parcels and things or even do plantings or something, so it's just not all that asphalt. So I just bring that up as the trend towards that, and that's what's happening. And there's of course the other point you have about, as a smaller store, you actually generate less traffic from your base. But just in general, I would support 4 per thousand, not getting into the bigger or smaller stores. So anyway.
So I think that the rest of the comments that we got during the public hearing weren't so much questions as comments, but I would note that a couple of folks were concerned about the impact of this structure on structures to the east, buildings to the east, both property values and views and sunlight, et cetera. And Mr. Wolfson identified a number of issues, both in his written and his comments here as well, including screening of his buildings. Certainly one of the consequences when you start bringing buildings to the curb is that you don't see buildings that are set back further down the street. And then some of these issues we've talked about with the driveway and the ingress, egress, and getting on and off of Hazleton. So, having now slogged our way through all of that, it seems to me this is I want to make a point about Planner Teague's comments at the beginning. This is a two-step process, but this first step is a very important step. And so I think we want to be, to the extent that we're going to think about doing something different at the second step, I think you really have to give proper notice at the first step that you're going to do that. So unless we're pretty comfortable with something, I don't think we should be taking the first step until we're comfortable. To me, there's kind of 3 or 4 big areas to talk about. One is the whole site issue. 2 is aesthetics. 3 is sustainability. And then the 4th is kind of, for lack of a better word, context. The relationship to France Avenue that we talked about, to the buildings to the east that some of the members of the public talked about, as well as to what other developments are going to happen on the property that Mr. Wolfson owns is just to the east of this, and obviously the Macy's home store is to the south of this, and will that develop, and how does this fit in with all of that? So I think those are the things we have to kind of talk through, and I'd be interested in the Commission's reaction on each of those, maybe starting with the site plan. Ben.
All right, so one of my points being on this commission is to provide the younger view, so I feel like that's what most of my comments will be, aimed towards how I feel as more youthful than some of my fellow members. So,
we won't hold that against you.
Yeah, one thing I would like to commend is the walkability of the site. I do see some problems, and I'll talk about it in just a sec, but I enjoy that there's access to the promenade, or the promenade, however you say it. I actually didn't know what it was until about a couple of months ago when I drove by it and I was like, I don't even know what that is. I'm going to go walk it. And one thing I realized is that there's great connection between Centennial Lakes and a bunch of retail spaces around France Avenue, but there's no destinations. And I feel that one of the things you're doing with this space is you could have the opportunity to have these retail spaces and the Spiraleys as one of the destination points. So I think that overall your project enhances the feel of the France Avenue area in general. I think it's consistent with Centennial Lakes and the Whole Foods kind of area, what's being done there. I like the incorporation of retail spaces at the bottom of the residential living. I think that if you have just residential buildings, it creates kind of a private community and it discourages people from entering. But with retail at the bottom, it involves more community, more people coming in, being more connected. So I enjoy also the sidewalk connections with other retail areas in the area. I see easy access to places like Target and across the street, the coffee and bagel shop. For residents in that area, I think that's very beneficial to residents that you're adding to your project here. I see this as a big continuation of Centennial Lakes. I go down to Centennial Lakes and I walk it because I like the area. I think it's beautiful. We have a lake down there. It feels urban to me. But one of the things that bothers me every time I do is that it's one big circle. And I've considered walking on the promenade to other retail locations, but it's just not practical. And I feel that that the promenade can provide a link to the Centennial Lakes area for you. So you have the opportunity to make a destination with your storefronts here, but it's bothersome to me that there's no sidewalk connection along the southern length of your property to the promenade. I feel like that would create an access point so that people that would come out of the retail space at the southernmost point of Building B would be able to then travel along the southernmost point of the property back to the promenade, back to maybe the Centennial Lakes area, if that's where they originated from. Otherwise, I see them coming up towards the northernmost retail centers in Building C and then being stuck there at the end of that sidewalk and having to go all the way back around down to France Avenue around the Byerlys and enter the promenade through there. So I would like to I see the opportunity for kind of a square in your property where people come from the south, from Centennial Lakes, and they walk up and they enter your property, they browse the retail, and then they walk right back and go south back to Centennial Lakes. And with your current option, I feel like people aren't easily access to your retail spaces here by walking from that aspect, and then I feel like they don't have adequate places to go back for that. And then one thing completely separate is that we were talking about parking for retail spaces, and I feel like it may be skewed. You mentioned maybe having casual dining like a Punch Pizza, and there's something like that over very close to the property in the Pinstripes area. There's a lot of parking in that area, but people drive around and around those prime spaces right in front of these retail centers, wanting those prime spaces, and I do the same thing. I'm not going to go into the parking ramp and park 2 levels up to run in and get something fast and then leave. So I feel like when you're considering your parking for your retail spaces, they're the immediate most desirable places right in front of your retail spaces, and that they're kind of cut off from the main element of your parking area. So at least more pedestrian incorporation from the main element of your parking area to the retail spaces would maybe alleviate that a little bit, and that's kind of what I'm seeing there. So those are my comments.
Excellent comments. Other comments from the Commission? Commissioner Platter.
So I have a lot of detailed ones, but I won't get into that tonight because I think I can come back at that later. But kind of general comments to this, and to kind of expand on what was just said, was I'm kind of having trouble looking at this as a pedestrian-friendly site, and we've said this a couple times. It looks to me like you're basically leapfrogging around here to different spots, to spots, to spots, to spots. You don't have a path through here, either to the promenade or even between the buildings, it seems, as a really pedestrian-friendly area. I mean, it's all drive. You've got everything on that little islands, and you're essentially driving around it all the time. And how do you get between these islands versus having something where you've more separated the traffic from the pedestrians? To me, it's all combined here, and that doesn't really necessarily work for what I think you're trying to make here. Is by doing what you have, you encourage the islands, I think, more than the connectivity of people walking around the site. The second kind of item I have here is I'm a little concerned how close the housing A is to the promenade. I'm not necessarily really opposed to it, but something to consider. And kind of back to that podium, is there a way to put a podium along there or something? So is it a two-story thing right along the promenade, and that steps back to be your 6-story? It just seems kind of where you have it close is too much of a wall to me along there. Details, I think the pool maybe should be flipped with your in the middle of between A and B. And then the other thing I just comment on is to Commissioner Potts and Schroeder's points on the energy levels and the sustainability. What are you coming back to say it's a certain percentage better than X? Whether that's the Minnesota Energy Code or what you do with the White Group on energy modeling. What are we going to get out of this that you're saying we are 20% greater, or whatever that percentage better than code? We're looking for that, and I think that'd be a great thing for you guys too, to say we're a center that's sustainable, that we're using this much less energy. That could be a selling point for both your store, for people that want to live here. You have this ability to make this an economic or environmental, I don't want to say mecca, but you have an opportunity to, as a new build here, to do that. Also, one thing with stormwater, I think it would be nice to have something along the promenade. I don't know if that works for your site and the grading directions and the high points, but having that water coming off those roofs to have some features along the promenade, whether it's a rain garden or a potential pond there, I think would be a great idea. So those are my general overall comments, and I won't get into all the detailed ones, which I'm assuming I'll have a chance later on to get at those. So those are my main points.
Commissioner Scheer.
In the spirit of sticking with sort of more general observations, I had written down 3 things that I wanted to mention right at this point, and 2 of them have been really adequately handled. One of them is the connectivity issues that need refinement, I think, within the property. The other is the variance adjacent to the promenade. I think there's room for some improvement there. One thing that we didn't talk about, again, I don't believe after the public comment, was the lady who observed that encroaching that much on the promenade and then raising up as much as the particular elevation does there is perhaps a light stealer from other locations that are to the east, including the promenade and other residents. That's a concern. The one that I'd like to spend just a second on, because we haven't talked about it tonight much, and it's one that I'm going to want more information on. The idea of the variance along Hazelden, and particularly the fact that within that variance area, we are going to put all of the delivery trucks. I'm not sure that a brick wall solves the problem there. I will want to discuss more the times for those deliveries, how those trucks will come in and out, what they will do that affects the flow of traffic coming in through that entry point into the entire piece of property. It seems to me that it's awfully close to other retailers and other establishments that are right across Hazelden. We have outdoor coffee shops and other things that could be affected by the noise, the diesel, depending on the timing, whether it's really going to work feasibly. It's a pretty public location for that amount of delivery, in my opinion. So I'll want a lot more information on that.
Kind of along that same line, I didn't mention it, but that whole area, is it going to be, I don't want to say the word downsized, but it's it's shown so prominent there. How do we really look at that space and make sure that loading dock is just the minimal area you need? It seems like there's you have a huge hammerhead turnaround, and does that wide throat, does it really need all that? Versus, it's easier to screen or left out if you really minimize what you really need there.
Commissioner Potts.
I'm going to try and find a way to ask you to come back and give you some of the answers we're looking for relative to the sustainability topic, without making a hugely detailed meeting of all the different aspects of it, like what your bullet point list started to develop. Certainly going through the energy design assistance program with Excel in a meaningful way will get you a long way there. And I would, Pope certainly knows their way in and out of LEED very well. Once you take a meaningful approach to energy conservation and couple it with all the benefits of this site, I think you'll be surprised at how close you are if you're not already LEED certified. And if you came back to us and said, here, for one of these buildings, whether it's the grocery store or the housing, both those types have certainly found a way to get certified all around the country and locally. That would go, that's got the stamp of approval, if you will, that you've done a more due diligence than you've been able to do at this point. If you decide to stop short of that, I think we would like to certainly see the results of your energy design assistance bundle selection, which probably takes a month. I'm not sure what your timeline is, but trying to be sensitive to the schedule. That deals with just the energy aspect of it, energy efficiency aspect, but it's also a good, proven standard that'll answer the questions you've heard from several of us up here. So I want to suggest those couple of avenues for you.
Commissioner Forrest.
I'm just a little concerned about the process as I think about it, because the PUD tool was sold to us because we could negotiate with the builders and come up with something that was mutually beneficial, and that we could identify those things that are really important in our community. And this is our first exposure to what's going on here, and then we're supposed to decide, is it a go or no, and only little details will be the next time. And I'm not for drawing out a process, but I feel like I'm not getting what I thought I would get out of the PUD process in this instance. There are a lot of questions still here. I also, kind of from a high level, I see this, a mixed-use area like this, it should be a community builder and somewhat of a community itself. So all the comments about pedestrian connectivity and visibility and welcoming atmosphere of the place, I think I really take that to heart, because if this is in addition to the community, a bunch of apartment buildings can be kind of off-putting. Like, I don't want to take that path through there. I think that might be private property, that kind of thing. That there really needs to be solid effort put toward making this whole project very welcoming, especially for pedestrians and for the promenade. So I'm just concerned about, are we? I think our visions are pretty much on the same page, and I think there's a lot to be commended, especially in the changes that were made to the project. So I'm not saying, this isn't working at all. It's just that there are some details that I think we're all very concerned about, and I don't know how we're going to really adequately address those in a timely manner.
Commissioner Schroeder.
I guess I don't want to just drop we're talking about site. I don't know if we moved on, so I want to focus on site for just a minute. When I look at the plans that are in front of us, I think about how the evolution of this design came. And if I could break it down into three components, there's the goal of the project, which is to put buildings on a site that will support some kind of economic imperative. There would be the support things that are put there to make sure the buildings function. And in this case, when I look at this, it's parking lots. And then the last layer that I see here is what we're all talking about is the pedestrian experience on the site. And it seems like it's actually been addressed last in whatever's left over. And I think what I was hoping would be brought back to us after we went through the sketch plan process was something where the unfolding of the site would be based upon a pedestrian experience where that armature pedestrian experience establishes the framework for all the other functions of the site. So you start out with what the pedestrian experience should be, what are the movement and stopping points for that experience, and then how do you put the goal, the buildings, around that, and the last thing to put in. How do we support that with parking lots and truck docks and stormwater management? It seems like from what we were talking about in the sketch plan phase, it got turned around, and we got all the things we wanted were addressed last and whatever was left over. So I'm not pleased with the site plan. I don't think it gets us where we were talking about. And I think it takes a different kind of approach from the very beginning.
Commissioner Carpenter.
I'll just weigh in a little bit, and this is in the context of a person who has not been at some of the recent meetings, so I apologize for that. One of the things that I thought a great deal about in the context of tonight's meeting was a concern over how we were going to take advantage of the opportunities for having grocery store and residential all in the same place. And if we're looking for connectivity from a pedestrian perspective, what I would have envisioned in a fairly neophyte way would have been a really strong physical connection of the residential portion of the property with the store itself. I know there's been a lot of talk about the connectivity right now within the site, and I honestly don't see it. If the connection that I see that's there is really by the asphalt or concrete that people will walk on, but I don't know how you get, for example, from the existing proposed residential towers to the grocery store without essentially walking from one door to the other and traversing a lot of asphalt and dodging a large number of cars. I understand that there are potentially ways to get there by how they've proposed to configure the sidewalks, but I also know that most people are likely to take a straight line. So I still think the whole concept as an idea is very cool, and I'd like to see that move forward. But I don't see this as anything more than an allocation of buildings across a large piece of property, and I just don't see how it's supposed to work together. So from my perspective, and again, I apologize because I've missed a few meetings, and it's kind of hard for me to step into this. I don't know all the things that have been discussed before, but to me, it's a little disappointing.
One of the things that was raised in terms of some of the public comments is, and I think is relevant to kind of site design, is the proximity of the apartment buildings to the promenade. People have perspectives on that. Obviously, we're, in a PUD setting, we can depart from what our normal setback would be, and I think that, certainly emphasizing the relationship of the residential to the promenade was a message we sent during the sketch plan. But how are folks feeling about how that's turned out? Commissioner Grable.
I was absent at the sketch plan, so I don't have a perspective on that. But I was here when we had the target development, and we really wanted to see some residential use along the back end of Target. And what we ended up with was the blank wall along the promenade. This project, however, although the buildings are close to the promenade, it's not a blank wall. It's a residential development with apartments that look out on the promenade, and I think that's makes a world of difference in terms of how you experience a site. You've got people looking out on the promenade. You've got open windows along the promenade. You don't have a blank wall. So my perspective is, sure, it's a bit close, but given the confines of the site, I'm not concerned about it. And I think it's a good thing to have that residential aspect along the promenade, because that's what we've been wanting to do along there ever since the Target development.
Commissioner Schroeder.
Mr. Chair, I would echo that. I think one of the messages we were trying to get across during the sketch plan review was that we felt this should be a part of the promenade, not apart from the promenade. And to put residential, so I actually wonder whether they shouldn't be closer, not farther. I don't agree with the idea of pushing it farther away and maintaining that setback. I think there should be an interaction between these buildings, the units, and the activity of the promenade.
So, at that corner, at the southeast corner where the pool is, and there's kind of, my sense is, what is it, about 7 feet, you said, the wall? Is that creating, are you looking for a different kind of interaction with the promenade at that?
The urban design plan the city has for the promenade shows this water feature or something out there. There's something reflected in the plans that show kind of a stormwater feature. I think what would be interesting would be to hear from the developer, what should we be doing on the promenade to knit these two together better? There's certain things we would be asking of them. I would expect with $1 million in park dedication fees, They would be asking something of us. What is it that's going to knit these two things together better?
Thoughts on that, gentlemen?
That's an invitation that we haven't been given before, so happy to have the conversation. Engineer Houle has articulated his vision for a babbling brook water feature, if I can use your phrase, Wayne. And so we've wondered about that. Stormwater is a lovely thing to dump in there, and when it rains really hard, we'll have water in the roof, and we can put water in that feature, but when it's not raining and people are walking by, we don't have water to dump in it. So either the water percolates or it becomes a pond that holds water and then it has some sort of recirculating pump. There's a lot of engineering to that we haven't figured out. We've been looking at the proximity of the building to the sidewalk and whether or not with that water feature the existing sidewalk could have a little bit different path, and that might create a little bit more perceived setback. We also looked at Coventry and some of the other buildings further south, and even Pinstripes, where you've got this enormous wall 12 feet from the concrete. And we're much further back with the height of the building than you have in a number of other places along the promenade. So we're intrigued with this water feature question, and as Paul pointed out at the beginning, with this corner being the highest point on the site, water drains away from there, not to there. So that's the engineering on that. We just haven't worked out, but we've begun the conversations.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Forrest.
Yeah, that just kind of got me thinking, too. I mean, I hadn't really envisioned the integration of the two, of the promenade and the actual buildings. And I started thinking more about how, around Centennial Lakes and the retail there, that there's this whole sidewalk area behind the retail buildings that's a gathering spot that's kind of mixed in with the public spaces and the retail spaces. And then I was thinking about like the Riverwalk in San Antonio, where you've got all these buildings opening up onto this common walkway, and they're right there. And yet you don't feel like you're an outsider encroaching on somebody's home. I think that there have been some things that are kind of standard maybe about the apartments that separate us a little bit from them. Like having a higher elevation on the back of the building so that you're not seeing anything that's active or interesting and you're not part of it as you walk by. And that's really intriguing to me. If there's a way of better melding the two, that would be a starting point toward people feeling comfortable also with all the pedestrian stuff, and it might lead to a slightly different pedestrian flow. And it looks like there isn't any podium type approach to the apartment buildings on the sides that don't have retail. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, and so you're getting all this impact of just a big tall building standing next to you or across the way that you're looking out at from the balcony of your apartment. So it's if it can be seen as, hey, this is just a community gathering spot, like a town square that I'm looking out on, not just the back of somebody else's apartment building. And then the other thing I was curious about was the retail parking areas by those apartment buildings. They would end up effectively being visitor parking for the apartments as well, wouldn't they? I mean, if somebody's having a party, I mean, would all the people be going down into the underground parking for the 1.5 car spaces?
May I respond?
Please.
The orientation for the residential access is around that central courtyard. So for the most part, parking in that parking lot would mean kind of a long walk around to the front door. And that's why we've created the surface parking in the center there to create some visitor turnover parking that's really separated from the retail entrance. So we've tried to give those kind of separate fronts. Your question about the podium, I'm not sure that I answered that when I nodded and you asked. Buildings B and C, the base is wider than the portion, so the podium extends on the first floor wider, both east and west, from the center of the building. Building A does not have that podium, but buildings B and C do, and the shoulders extend on both sides, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's helpful on both points. But then Building A is the one that's proximate to the promenade. So,
yeah, that does not have the shoulders.
And then the other concern that I had was the long-term use for this property. As we're rezoning at PUD, it's, our ordinance, the sample ordinance as it's written then, or the zoning, is any uses that are approved in PCD3. And I think that I like buildings to have flexibility over time so that they're adaptable and can be used for other uses without being torn down and eliminated. But I think it would be useful to at least take a look at each of those specific uses, a couple pages of zoning code, just to make sure that these are the things that we want in that area and that we can see a healthy progression of use over time.
Any other comments on site issues?
Chair.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Just to revisit my earlier comments, maybe just articulate maybe a little bit more clearly what I'm thinking. I don't understand why, if we have all of this residential on the site, that they don't have the ability to walk directly from their apartment building and into the grocery store. Why isn't there at least one access point where pedestrians can go from the residences to the store and back again? Why can't there be another entrance, egress, some opportunity to do that, as opposed to bring the buildings together more? I think I've said it probably more ways than I can think to articulate it clearly, but I just think that we're missing something here.
If you have any comments.
If I could respond to the
Sure.
last comment in particular. I think that we heard strongly in the sketch review process that there was an advantage and a desire to link the housing to the promenade. And I think from a design perspective, we've always considered the promenade an amenity and tried to get the housing close to the promenade. With respect to Building A, there are ground level patios right out the unit on the promenade, and every unit facing the promenade has an outdoor deck. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought that was the one where that patio level is 7 feet above the grade level.
No, the pool is 7 feet up, but
Right.
because grade is rising there, our first floor levels on the promenade, our first floor apartment units on the promenade side actually have ground floor decks.
Okay.
So that you step right out of your unit onto grade where there's a patio, and then all the units above have outdoor decks. So the life within the apartment building is very much linked with the life of the promenade, and we've envisioned it that way, believe it's an amenity that way. Believe, too, that there are many more people that would rather rent an apartment building connected to the promenade than there are that want to rent an apartment connected to a Byerly store. The Byerly store is an amenity on site, but in terms of the marketability of the apartments, we think that there was a step forward made when the apartment buildings were pulled off the top of the Byerlys, and the Byerlys was kept separate, and those two uses were separated. We're very cognizant that good pedestrian access needs to be maintained to the store, and that's why there's a series of sidewalks that get people across those roadways and to the store. But in terms of creating a covered or heated connection between the two, I mean, we did talk about it, but it was very difficult given where the store is on site to do that. There's always been this sort of balance about how you develop these two kind of uses on site and tie them together both from a use and design standpoint and maintain the right kind of distinction between them. I mean, the Byerly store is going to have a lot of people coming in cars to it. There's a certain amount of noise and hustle bustle associated with that we want to separate from the residential. And on the other hand, we want to bring pedestrians in and through the site. So there's all these sort of balancing points that we've been struggling with as we've worked on this. And the last thing I'll say, and I'm sorry to ramble, is that the layout of the site is really constrained by the access points for vehicles. For the right-in, right-out on France, connecting to the major intersection at the point where the Wolfson family property and the Byerly's property link, getting that connected is the big deal, and arranging buildings around that roadway is the primary site challenge that's here. And that has necessarily made the pedestrian connections more challenging to maintain. And I'm not saying they can't be improved, they can be. But that's part of the challenge and part of the reason that you need to cross asphalt in order to make those traverses.
The other items I had talked about in terms of categories for comments were aesthetics, sustainability, and relationship to other, both to France Avenue as well as to other potential future development. Thoughts on any of those from commissioners? We haven't spent much time with the materials or the design or the rest. Are there care to share any thoughts on that? Commissioner Platter.
I just think the overall design and materials look good. It looks very nice buildings. Not the exact configuration of the residential, as I mentioned before, with pedestrians, not necessarily, but I think the overall look and materials is really a positive here.
Commissioner Grable.
I'm not sure exactly what the concern is about relationship to other parcels. I mean, this is the parcel we've got to deal with. There aren't any development proposals pending for any other parcel around, and I'm not sure how we would speculate on that. I mean,
yeah, I'm not sure there is a concern. I just think we ought to be considering this in the context of what's to come. How will it fit in with, admittedly, things that we don't know are going to happen in the future?
But the other things have to fit into this. This doesn't have to fit into something that might or might not be there tomorrow or the next day. I mean, this will be there. Mr. Wolfson's property, whatever he wants to do with it's going to have to fit in with this. It can't be the other way around because we don't know what he intends to do.
Ben, go ahead.
All right, I have one last comment. You talked about your basic demographic that you were marketing to. I feel that you should designate at least one of the buildings to a younger demographic. We always talk about bringing younger people into Edina, and I feel apartment buildings and condos are one of the best ways to do that. Young people aren't looking to buy a 4-bedroom Rambler in the middle of suburban Edina. So I feel like when I saw this, I said, in 10, 15 years, I could see myself living here with retail spaces in the bottom with such great connectivity to the Southdale area while still being in the community that, I really love as a part of Edina. But I feel like I know that you're going for those luxury apartments and 35 to 65, I think were your numbers that you gave. But maybe if you could delegate one of your buildings to just a younger demographic to pull those people into the community and into the area, then I think that you could see a wider enhancement of the area in general, not just the way that people act and the way that people interact with other people in that small community you're building there.
Commissioner Scherer?
I don't know the answer, because I know you've put a lot of effort into developing the sides of the Byerlys that face France and Hazleton. But it isn't very friendly to me. I wrote on the original document that we received, looks like a prison when we saw those elevation drawings. I know you've tried to vary the medium that you're using as outer surface and vary the colors and add some trees. But with no windows, as I believe one of my fellow commissioners observed, it's sort of a big brick wall. It's just that it's like turning the back of the store to the community at that corner. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. I absolutely appreciate, where your hands are tied, but the feeling I'm getting is not accessibility, not come on in from those sides of the building. And they're the really prominent sides of the building that are going to be seen from that intersection and as people come south on France. And it isn't terribly welcoming right there. It's much more welcoming if you're driving north on France, and then you can see the entrances. You'll be able to see all the bustling activity. The signage will be much more attractive, I think, on that side. But coming south, it's cold. It's cold. I don't know what the answer is, though.
Commissioner Grable.
It's an interesting point. The building, at least as presented tonight, looks pretty much the way Whole Foods looks, and we were okay with that. You go down France to across the driveway from Pinstripes, and we said, let's put windows on France, and they did, and I think it looks stupid. We said to CVS, put windows on it, so they got windows at the corner that are in some storeroom or something like that. So I think we've got to be careful what we're asking for. We've asked people to move towards the street. They've moved towards the street, and if we want to do something else, then maybe we ought to encourage people to do something else, but I think they've done what we've asked them to do. Just in general, there's a lot of questions about pedestrian access and all of that, but this is a big parking lot space, and that creates its own set of difficulties, and you got different access points, and you can't block off half the parking lot in order to put a walkway through the middle, so that then you've really created a problem, because you got access at one place and access at another place, and neither the two shall meet. So that's a problem. I like the face on the promenade, as I've discussed before. Sometimes the perfect is the enemy of the good, and I think we have to be careful with how perfect we want a project to be. This is a pretty good project as far as I'm concerned, and I think tweak it a little bit when you come back, but I think we should go forward with it. And then one other comment: every time a development like this comes up, the city hires traffic study, and our engineers work on it, and the city has its experts opine as to what the effect of the traffic is going to be. And then members of the public come and say, well, I can't believe that traffic study, but none of the members of the public ever come back with any evidence that there's something wrong with the methodology or the result of the independent cities' traffic study. So I'm sensitive to the fact that people think there might be a problem, but there's been no evidence that there is a problem with the traffic.
Well, I have heard concerns about the pedestrian circulation, some of the details or measurables on the sustainability. I think we've heard kind of conflicting comments or thoughts on the site, how the site is configured. There's been some discussion about the loading dock and the location of the loading dock. That's troublesome for some folks. Am I missing any of the big pieces? What's that? Future.
I'd like to explore any potential future uses and make sure they're in line with how we envision the area, because our PCD3 zoning code was defined quite some time ago, and it might be a little bit different than how we saw a mixed-use development coming about as it was described in our comprehensive plan. So I would like to at least just explore that somewhat prior to saying, yeah, go for it, you can do all the PCD3 you want.
Any other issues that folks have? I know some people have mentioned as the evening's gone on that there's some details, but they haven't discussed those. I guess, the question from here is whether we're going to be able to get to the end of the road tonight, or whether we need to do another meeting to handle this. And if we're going to do another meeting to handle this, what are we going to ask the applicant to do between now and that meeting? Is there more information that we need? What are people's feelings on that? Commissioner Forrest?
I'm wondering, can we kind of get a list together between us and between the applicant as far as what was the information that they were planning to bring back to us, the further details, the things they hadn't quite yet worked out? Because there are a number of issues that were alluded to that way and throughout our discussion. So I just kind of like to clarify what all those things are.
So I guess I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm trying to think. There was something about the apartments I remember, and I'd have to go back through all my notes, but that they were still determining some of the final details on. They didn't have the information when a question was asked. And I'm not sure exactly what all of the issues were, or if there were even that many, but it would be kind of nice to know what's still on the table here that we haven't seen. And we should probably take a peek at the materials board, too, while we're at it.
Well, I guess that's, to me, the question is, if we want to come back to it because we're still digesting it, it's a big project and we need some more time to digest it, then that's one thing. We can do that. But if it's a question of some other information that we'd like the applicant to provide, that they haven't provided, and we feel like, the absence of that information would be a barrier to recommending approval of the preliminary PUD and the preliminary development plan and preliminary plat, then I think, we have to give them some guidance as to what those things are that we would want to see.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach?
Sure, please.
So we were making a couple quick notes of some things that I think we've heard you ask us to bring back. One was more information on the sustainability and the energy consumption, and we'll look into what we can do. I don't know the timing on that, but we'll look into that. Some questions about final exterior materials. We do have boards here, but the finals, I think, is part of the final site plan submission, not the preliminary. And I
think that appropriately falls. We want a good sense of what you're talking about, but
we have that if you'd like to see it. The landscape plan and the final stormwater were items, Commissioner Forrest, we agreed we bring back. Those two typically are at a preliminary level, and we bring a final back at the final submission. So I think we intend to comply. The pedestrian access details, we've heard you express your concern differently tonight than you did at the sketch plan review. I will tell you, we've had concepts that included some covered walkways and things in places that, once we have a budget in place, we can know whether or not those things fit the project. So those are things that, hearing you express more concern about, I think in a final submission, we'd be prepared to address with more detail, think harder about exactly what the crossings look like, how we signal and mark, and maybe how we do pavement that addresses pedestrian linkage so that we can do some of these. Those are thoughts that we've had, but understanding your sensitivity, when we come back, I think we can address that. I haven't, unless I've been taking poor notes. I'm not sure I know what else you need tonight. So maybe that was the question you were asking. I'm just trying to go through the notes that I have.
I'm not sure I was asking you. I was kind of asking, thinking out loud. What else are we looking for here? I mean, I get if we can't quite digest it in one swoop here, but if there's more that we're looking for, if there's some modification, then I think we just need to make sure you understand what that is if we're expecting you to come back. Commissioner Platter? Did you have a comment?
I think he summed it up there for the most part. The only thing that I don't know if people may disagree with me, but I didn't see anything here that required like covered heated pedestrian walkways. So I'm talking more just how you don't interact with cars and everything versus
one of the things
literally skyways or something. I don't think we're talking that here. So
we've
just want to be
talked
clear
about
on
that
that
pedestrian issue,
Yeah.
and you'll note that while the big field of parking in front of the grocery store is a big field, we've cut a walkway through that. The other parking fields we've cut into smaller segments, so there's fewer cars moving through those exhaust points. There's more exhaust points, but there's fewer cars at each one. We've thought hard about how the pedestrian movements can be safely marked with either crosswalks or stop signs, and that's stuff that, again, we're still working on.
Well, that's one thing I thought, to your point on exhaust points, is can you have less of them so there's a way that pedestrians can actually don't have so many ones to cross, and is there a way to balance that with the parking needs? So in other words, you have, I want to say, fewer lots almost, or if you will.
That's the balance point we're striking.
That's the balance point,
is
fewer
large,
lots and being able, but people are able to get
are there
through it
large
better.
fields of asphalt and then larger portions of grass, or smaller sections of asphalt and more, sections of grass and green space between that? And that's a balance, as Paul said, it's a tension that we've struggled with.
Commissioner Potts.
Just to add to that, basically what you've done with this site is you've separated it into 4 quadrants. You've crisscrossed it with 2 roads, one north-south, one east-west, and I think that's kind of building on what Commissioner Schroeder said earlier. That's given you this challenge that's been hard to fight, and I don't know how much time you have to work through any of that again, balancing that with this ingress and egress off Hazelton and France. But I think, generally to what Commissioner Grable said, we've got a big box store here that needs a large service parking lot to service it. And I think, for my part, at least where you've moved it into this front corner works pretty well. And given how conducive France Avenue can be to pedestrians, you're dealing with that as best you can by getting people ramped up to that corner in the southwest. I'm just not quite as comfortable with the site resolution of the residential pieces and pedestrian crossing.
I appreciate the concern.
So just to jump in for a second on that, is that when you say not quite as comfortable with the residential, is it the location of the residential structures, or is it the relationship or connectivity to other portions of the site and off the site?
It's both of those things, but the aesthetic piece of these I like. I think that the direction's good. I like the look of them.
Sure,
but the
about
placement
where
on the
located.
site, I think it's a little bit awkward the way they're placed on the site. And as far as how everything works, with not the least of it is the challenge with this roadway splitting the property line, at the far east side, which we talked about a little bit.
Commissioner Platter. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, and I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize for that,
No,
Commissioners.
thank you.
One of the points that probably is worth thinking about is you mentioned the 2 access points that are kind of the 2 opposite corners, and attempting to draw a straight line between it and make 2 triangles and put retail one and housing in the other. We have an operating grocery store with a whole lot of Edina residents who expect to buy groceries from us. And one of the hugest challenges we have fought, and poor Pope has cursed us every day when Lunds has said, you may not close the existing store while you build the new one. We're not going to take those customers away. We're not going to frustrate those residents. So as we think about even just the phasing of this and how you build around an existing store and keep trucks loading that store, if we could figure out how to helicopter groceries into the store and deliver that way, or put tunnels underneath, we'd solve a whole bunch of grocery store site problems, and we'd be rich and famous doing it. But how we load and operate the existing store and then how we load the new store really puts enormous constraints on where the roads have to go. We have to get trucks in and out. There's no other way to put groceries into the store that you take out the front. So those are some of the constraints that I don't know how to help you appreciate, but I trust you'll understand we fought that hard.
Commissioner Platter.
Just a couple comments there. So I guess as I'm looking at it more, I'm kind of narrowing it down a little. I agree, the Byerly side kind of is what it is in a way. It's the apartment buildings and how they function amongst themselves almost. That's where I guess I'm getting at the pedestrian things. It seems like there's cars everywhere around those things. So I would guess I'd say the west side of the site, you kind of have what you have, and I'm at least mostly in agreement with that. At the other side, I get residential there. It's just maybe that configuration and how the pedestrian moves within that. That's how I'm kind of working my way into it or narrowing it down. So
that circular courtyard, I think, is tempting to look at as lots of cars going around there. Most of the residents would never drive through that because they'll enter from the France Avenue side and go underground, or Building C, they'll come through. That circular courtyard is primarily visitors only.
So why have it then?
Because we need visitor parking, and we wanted to put visitor parking near the entrance.
Anyway,
you understand, yeah.
Yeah, understood, but right there you've imposed that whole, another road right through the middle of it. So
again, to get visitor parking near the front door.
That's kind of our point.
Okay. Yep.
Commissioner Schroeder.
I think I'm on pretty much the same page as Commissioner Platter and Commissioner Potts. I think we can talk a lot about details and putting, cute things to get people to walk under past. I look at it as a basic organizational problem with the site on the easterly half in the residential zone. And I agree that you can't change the Byerlys around. I don't particularly like the way the Byerlys dress at the corner. I think that there's other ways to look at the east portion of the site to try and get pedestrians to move more directly from the promenade through residential until the front of the store, and eventually out to France Avenue.
So if I make sure I understand that correctly, you're looking for a stronger pedestrian corridor from the promenade to France through the center of the site somehow.
Right. I'm looking for a basic organizational idea focused around pedestrian movement east to west through the site, as an armature. That's the things attached to, not roads, not parking lots, but that if you could imagine grabbing onto the promenade and trying to pull it through the middle of the site as an organizational feature. That's what we were saying when we were going through the sketch plan.
So I agree with that. I thought we talked about just that in that apartment orientation we had originally.
Commissioner
then it showed up all islandy again.
Commissioner Scheer.
Which I think addresses, there's one thing that we seem to have several opinions on here is this idea of the housing on the promenade and how close it can be. I still feel like the way it is envisioned here, and I think this parallels on the discussion we're having now, is a big wall of apartments. It's nothing that beckons between. And they're now very, very close, and there are 6 stories of them on top of a raised wall on one end. And that isn't, I guess, what I envisioned when we talked about bringing residents closer to the promenade, or when we had the discussion about some of the other buildings that have been along the promenade. And as I'm listening to this talk about, is there some way to turn the buildings or make an adjustment or draw people through on their way to the other retail space, that might be a way of breaking that up. That might be a way of achieving that as well from my perspective, because that is a concern I have.
Commissioner Forrest.
Yeah, I guess when I agree in that my big problems, I agree with my younger colleague here that southern property line, or especially that building A, I mean, you say it's going to be open to the promenade and that there are patios there. Well, who wants the public looking in on their patio? So I don't think that's going to be a particularly welcoming place, and I wouldn't want to drop in on anybody unexpected either. And then I think as you go through this process, you will hear more about the building height. I really think so, because that can be a hot topic in our community. And the more that you are offering to the public through that promenade access. Right now, it looks like the back of a development. I mean, it is. It's like, these are the apartments on this side, and that's it. And however you can make that more park-like and integrate it, and even with your levels, because you've got your patio ground level, and then you've got the higher level with the underground parking entrance along that south side. So none of it is anything somebody would be drawn to or through. So it might be just some tweaks that are needed to make it welcoming. I don't know. I don't have a big problem personally, otherwise, with the general layout of the project. But I also agree when we talk about the Byerly's facades. It will be interesting to see the final landscaping plan, because their purpose for bringing buildings up to the street is to engage the public and for it to be welcoming and for people to see activity going on and to gather outside the door or whatever. And here we've got 2 brick walls on the street and then another one behind it. And so it's kind of counter to what the purpose was for bringing it to the street. But the location is rational in many other ways, but it becomes pretty much signage. I don't know. And I'm not saying this to be totally disrespectful to your efforts, because I think you've done a lot of very creative things here. And please feel free to respond to my comments.
Thank you. You saw me jumping out of my chair. No, I just wanted to point out with regard to the store that we have pulled it to the street, but we've also created an outdoor gathering space adjacent to the indoor restaurant that has 2 levels to it, an outdoor balcony on top, an outdoor seating area below. It's a destination space that's connected by a pedestrian pathway along France Avenue. We want it to be a place where people stop and engage with Byerly's and come into the store and buy a cup of coffee or something from the deli and come out and eat, and we really want it to be connected there. The feature at the northwest corner is signage, essentially, and it's there to break it up. But we think that it's creative signage, and we've talked about other things that can be there in terms of the way it can be lit, or it's an opportunity for artwork that could be public in that location. There's ways to enliven that corner without trying to create false windows with spandrel panels or things that really are off-putting in my book. To create windows that don't look into anything is nonsensical. I don't understand it. And one point about the adjacency of housing building A to the promenade itself and those units on the ground floor, I think the water feature is an important element there that breaks the promenade path from that building, and that's a big deal to have that babbling brook outside your door and adjacent to the promenade as well. I mean, it's a nice break.
Now, it seems that was still tentative, so that's why I'm just not sure. And also, if you have a babbling brook in between the two, it's not bringing people onto and through the property so much. And maybe it's just focusing more, maybe you'll have to focus more of that to the north side of that building, I don't know. Yeah. But when I looked at the site plan, the first thing I thought was, how do people even know they're allowed to go through there? So it's making it as welcoming as possible.
Yeah, well, there is a paved pathway that's the promenade.
Who's that for? You know what I mean? Because you don't even have a clear vision of the fact that there's even retail on the other side of those buildings at that point. So it becomes, like I said, like the Riverwalk. Have it be a gathering spot, or as my fellow young commissioner said, a place a destination that you want to go to. So, thank you for your efforts. I really appreciate all the things that you have done.
Commissioner Grable.
I'm a bit confused about this pedestrian traffic going to France. Are we trying to accommodate pedestrian traffic going to France? Are we trying to encourage pedestrian traffic going to France? Because I am over there a lot, and I don't see a whole lot of pedestrian traffic at all. So, and the idea that somehow France Avenue is going to become like 50th in France is a pipe dream. And I think we have to understand that. And sometimes the discussion here seems like we want to create 50th in France along France Avenue at this place. So,
They put the patio in the two-story space on France Avenue. We should be finding a way to connect to it. For somebody who's on the promenade, they should have a way to get there. It's a feature of this site, and if Byerly's could be considered a destination like other destinations along the promenade, we need to find a way for people to get there.
Well, what would you do to make it better than it is right now?
I'm not, if I was to design, I would design it better. I would, and I explained this earlier, that I would start with a different perspective on how you design the site. I would start from the pedestrian experience and work backwards. And I think we've talked about an idea about, the basic conceptual thing that we talked about during the sketch plan was to find a way to take the expression of the promenade and draw it east-west through the site as the primary organizing feature. We've invested a lot of dollars in the promenade. We've invested a lot of dollars in Centennial Lakes. We ought to be finding a way for that to inform development along its length.
Well, not sure where you want to go from here.
Mr. Chair, are they looking for an action tonight?
Well,
That would be
I assume they
someplace
are.
to go.
Right. They're looking for an action. So what action? And I think I know what action they want. I think I know what action they want. I think they know what action they don't want. I'm sorry, Mr. Voss.
I was just joking. I said, this has been really fun. Can we do it again sometime?
Careful what you wish for. Well, I'd entertain a motion if somebody's got one in mind.
I'd move the proposal.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion? So,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Schroeder.
can we ask the applicant, are you willing to look, is this the site plan? Is this it? Or are you willing to take some of the organizational ideas that we might have suggested tonight and come back to us with another version? Or, because we can vote on this tonight. You kind of see where we're going. Or you can come back to us and we can talk about it some more.
With all due respect, as Mr. Teague said at the start, this is intended to be a two-step process, and we came tonight expecting to get feedback and input that we would integrate. We solicited feedback and input from the neighbors last week through an open forum. We'll do the same with the City Council in a few weeks. We fully intend to make revisions to the plan, and I think the strong, clear message that you sent is something that we will work very hard to incorporate. I can't tell you tonight what changes we can make because it's a team effort. But we've got a number of changes that we've heard you ask us to look at, and I think we're prepared to do that. But as Mr. Teague said, it's a preliminary and a final process. And so you have our pledge to do everything we can. Until we sit and study some of this, it's hard for me to stand here and tell you exactly what we would change because it's a team effort.
Commissioner Forrest.
Well, and I'd say we're part of the team. And that's what the whole PUD process is about, is the fact that we are supposed to be able to be part of the team and that you can get the things that you want and need and we can look at what our community needs as well. So, that's a positive and you're very willing to work with us and I really appreciate that. But it does make it tough with a PUD. It's different than, preliminary final when it's standard zoning. Here we're rezoning. And it's the whole process and point, my understanding was, of a PUD is to be able to fine-tune and do something you couldn't do in the standard zoning. Well, this is the first time we've seen this project as it now stands, and we're supposed to say, yep, that's what we want. So that's my concern.
So I think, certainly it seems to me, and Carrie test me out on this. My instinct is if we give preliminary plan approval, But we've identified categories of conditions that we need to be satisfied about. That the important part is that we've identified those as kind of, warning signs, if you will, about how we're going to feel about the final plan in those areas. So one option is to approach it with, we have kind of narrowed to categories that people are concerned about, and I hear pedestrian circulation, I hear measurable sustainability items, I hear the water feature, and I have heard some comments from some about the loading dock location and screening, as well as potential use restrictions. One option is to recommend approval with conditions that those items be addressed. I guess it's a question for the commission as to whether that's enough specificity to, feel like we're giving direction, and we're also in a position to be able to say we're not satisfied at the final plan if it comes back to us and doesn't meet our expectations. Any thoughts on that, Carrie?
I'm somewhat troubled with that because I'm hearing I'm hearing that you don't like the site plan, that you're looking for more than just minor tweaks to this plan. Some don't like the height on the promenade, some are okay with that, but I'm hearing potential significant change to the pedestrian connections. So you can certainly condition upon meeting some of those things, but I think if it receives approval from the city council, they've essentially got a project, and I would.
So the other way to tackle it is you recommend denial based on kind of dissatisfaction with these elements that we've talked about. We don't think this is enough in a PUD setting to give us in return for the kind of accommodations we're making as part of the planned unit development.
Yeah, unless you're comfortable with them coming back with some kind of minor tweaks to the pedestrian connections, working within the confines of the site plan that's before you. But if you're looking for substantive changes to the site plan, I think now's the time to say that.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting I'm in favor of this, but could we not table this till the next meeting?
Well, that's a third option. I think the applicants are looking for action, but in fairness, it's almost 11:30, and it's been a long evening. We had many agenda items before this one that took a little longer probably than some of us expected. And this is a big project to digest. It's an important project for the applicant. It's an important project for the community. And even if there's not more coming forward, having a chance to noodle on it for a couple of weeks might not be a bad idea either. So that's another option.
I would move to continue.
So you like that option. So we have a motion to continue, I assume, until our next meeting, which I think is March 13. Is that right, Carrie?
We'll quick look at a calendar here. I'm not sure. I think that's right.
Second Wednesday?
Yeah, March 13th.
Is there a second?
Is there some direction that you'd like to give staff, the applicant, or?
Well, let's see if we get a second, and then let's talk about that. So is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right. So Carrie's question is a good one. Is there something, is this just more time to think through this, or is this asking for something from the applicant?
Well, I think it's asking for something, and measure sustainability, pedestrian circulation on the site. What were the other ones?
Water feature.
Water feature. Which one?
Housing and its interaction with the
Oh, sure. Yeah. Loading dock.
Loading dock and the use restrictions.
And any use restrictions.
Well,
for
there's not really anything they can do.
Right. Okay. Was there anything else?
I would say improve integration of the buildings with the store. It may not go anywhere, but that's what I would like to see.
I just feel like it would be very nice to hear your thoughts on those things after you've had some time to look at them based on our comments. Some you may decide you can't deal with, or it compromises something else in the plan. We need to know that. I think these are solid issues, and it's impossible for everybody to respond like that.
I guess to me, I don't know how to vote at all right now, so.
Yeah.
Mr. Holmes.
I think what we would hope is if we could get some direction from you tonight as to whether the basic site plan, the basic arrangement of the buildings on the site is something that we can stay with and then modify pedestrian connections, modify parking, modify landscaping, modify water features, et cetera, et cetera. But having worked on this for more than a year and looked at the site plan 60 or 70 different ways, I can tell you it's very, very difficult to come back with anything that I think you're going to like. If we take out the Byerly store that's in the middle of the site and change our connections around, we can imagine lots of things that work better. But working around those vehicular connections that are set and the store that has to stay there, this is where we are. In terms of the loading dock for the store on the corner, if that's where the store is, that's where the loading dock is. It either faces east or it faces south toward the front door, but that's where the dock has to be. We can screen it, we can cover it, but that's kind of where the dock is. So again, if you can give us some direction on whether it's the basic arrangement of buildings and density on site that's the issue, or whether it's more minor things that we can tweak, I think that gives us guidance to come to the next meeting with.
That's very good.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Reactions to that notion?
I think it makes sense.
Well, where are we on the location of the buildings?
I mean, I
guess is the
don't want to,
question.
people can chime in, but I mean, where the grocery store is and the parking lot, I think that may be what it is. I think where I'm coming from is on the east side with the apartment buildings, and is there a better way in that area? So I won't say...
Does a better way include moving the buildings around?
Well, it could, depending on what they look at for pedestrian access across the site. I don't want to discount that right now, that all these buildings are good on that side of the site because they can maneuver around. I think there might be a better way. So at least me personally, it's on the east side of the site is in play, and how those buildings configure and how the pedestrian to get around and how the traffic gets around those buildings. So I don't know if anyone else wants to chime in with that.
What if they come back next time and say, because they've been working on this for 2 years, and they know the site and they know what they can do and they can't do, they can't make a change?
Well, then there's a vote on it.
Commissioner Forrest.
If we're discussing this, I'm okay with the current site plan personally. I agree that east side is probably the most bothersome, and I don't think it would necessarily take a huge amount of change, but I think it should be addressed somehow to see how it just kind of flows into the surrounding community and the promenade, and minimize any negative effects on the neighbors, and including the neighboring business. So those are my personal concerns.
So we have a motion and a second to continue this. And I think we've detailed, Carrie, have you captured notes on those items? Is there further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, so this matter is continued to the 13th. Planner Teague has tried to capture this. Obviously, you've heard some of these items as well. I think we're on the same page. Did you have something, Mr. Voss? Certainly.
So, does the general orientation of the buildings work? And I don't know that we got any coaching on that. A couple people said sorta. It would be really helpful if we had a little bit more clarity on that point.
I guess what I heard was that the pedestrian circulation is a big concern, and so if the pedestrian circulation can work with the buildings the way they are, I think that works. But if it means that the buildings move around, then that would work too. Am I representing things accurately?
Okay. I want to pose this to the commissioner. We made a motion, but you know, we have 3 6-story buildings. 2 have a larger footprint than the third. Would we be okay with 2 taller buildings if they can get a better pedestrian orientation? That's a basic organizational idea. We don't know whether they want taller than 6-story buildings, but what I'm hearing is we need a better configuration on the ground that accommodates pedestrians. To me, if they could take the space across the south side of Byerly's, turn it into a streetscape and pull it across all the way to the promenade and lock buildings in on either side, and that becomes the courtyard. Instead of making it a drop-off in the middle, make it a pedestrian greenway that reaches from the promenade between 2 residential buildings, taller if they need to be, and it reaches right over the front door. Pedestrians then move from the greenway all the way through the residential buildings without having to cross a driveway. They cross one driveway, then they're at the front of the store. That's a huge pedestrian improvement. That's an organizational idea that accommodates pedestrians first on the site. It accommodates a signature green space east-west across the site. We can't do that north-south because we've got a lot of traffic movements. I don't know all the details, but in my mind, that's an organizational change. I don't know if it's one of the 70 things, Mr. Thompson, you've explored already. I don't know if you've looked at 2 taller buildings as opposed to 3 6-story buildings. We haven't seen those. So that's the level of kind of re-look at this that I'd be looking for. It's not the stuff on the west side, as Commissioner Platter said. It's stuff kind of, if you take the north-south driving spine through the site, it's the stuff on the east side that I'd be looking at trying to make some accommodation to.
I think if I could add a couple points to that, I sense you may feel locked in by the idea of this water feature, by the retail parking levels, feeling like maybe you're pushing the limit already, and a lot more roadway, to what Commissioner Schroeder just said, than what you probably need. If you're able to back off on some of those expectations, my guess is that leaves you freer to move these things around. Could be wrong, and this is where I get uncomfortable because I have a lot of respect for what Mr. Holmes and his firm do, and I know you've worked on this for a long time. I just get the sense that we've hemmed in a little bit with all these demands. So I hope we've demands or things like parking regulations that we can give variances on. So I hope we've given you some sense of where we see some give in terms of making this the best PUD it can be here.
Does that give you enough to?
We got it.
All right.
We'll do the best we can.
Thank you. All right, so we'll be back. That'll be back on the agenda for the 13th. So, with that, we have correspondence and petitions. Council connection and attendance are in, and then there's chair and commission member comments. I'm going to make this quick since we're late in the evening. The first thing I wanted to do is introduce Claudia Carr, who is here. Claudia is our new planning commission member. If tonight hasn't sent her screaming from the building, she made it through this, so she's going to join us at our next meeting, and so we've managed to get you included in this item. Claudia is currently the chair, or actually maybe just now not the chair of the Heritage Preservation Board, and has been for the last year. And I had a chance to meet her during the interview process, and she's going to be a terrific addition to our commission. So we're happy to have her, and thank you for coming tonight. And it'll turn out to be time well spent because you'll know what we talked about tonight when I come back. Just a couple of quick things that I wanted to mention that I've been talking with Carrie about in terms of how we go forward. Would like to explore some training, especially now when Claudia joins us. I think it's a good time for us to maybe get Roger out for a global training on, variances have changed some over the years. We've been doing lots of variances. It wouldn't hurt for us to have some more training on that. And then in a more big picture way, I'd like to see Kerry maybe tee up some of these conference opportunities that are out there for planning commissioners. He tells me that we do have a budget to work on those things, and so I think the ULI workshop that some of us attended was really instructive on that front about kind of the things we ought to be thinking about as a planning commission. I'd like to see us take some advantage of that. I have talked actually with our 2 student members about giving them a little more support, although frankly Ben was terrific tonight, and I don't know that he needs any more support. He needs to teach me a little bit about how to do this. So 2 other quick items. One, we do have a work plan that we approved last year. I'd like to get Kerry at a future meeting, not necessarily the next one, but whenever we have some space to get that on the agenda. And I would ask Kerry if you would circulate that by email to all the members, and just ask you to think a little bit about whether that work plan is still makes sense, if there's things we need to add to it, if there's things we should take off or modify, etc. And then finally, I'm going to use my chair's prerogative to rearrange the seating before the next meeting. So if anyone has any strong feelings about who they do or don't want to sit by, you can contact me offline and I'll take it under advisement. Commissioner Platter.
Just one quick note, I won't be here at the next meeting, so Commissioner Forrest will have the, at least the attendance to get this year again.
Righto. And actually, that reminds me, before our next meeting, we will have our work session with the City Council, where we will be taking up the residential redevelopment. Is it March 5th?
Yep, at 5 o'clock up in the community room.
Okay, will you make sure that Claudia is in the loop on that as well, so that she can join us for that?
I'm assuming we can give our presentation up there too. You
Yes.
have it all, so we can go through it?
Yep,
Okay.
it'll be all loaded up.
Any other comments from the commission? We could stay longer if you want.
I do have the one item, sorry.
Yes.
And Wayne
Sorry.
had alluded to it. If we could get a volunteer to be the urban design person on the France Avenue project, you'd commit to, I think they talked about a meeting in March, April, May.
Doing it for hire. it can't be
Michael.
Commissioner Schroeder.
Done.
I think we have a volunteer. Soon to be Commissioner Carr is on board. Congratulations. Actually, there's some important work to be done, as you can see from our discussion tonight on that whole thing. And the question that Commissioner Grable brought up is one that goes through my mind constantly, whether we're really going to be able to make something happen or whether it's just a pipe dream. So we'll find out. Any other staff or commission comments? In that case, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.